Mwale Medical and Technology City is a $2 billion sustainable metropolis centered around a state-of-the-art medical and technology complex located within Butere Sub-County, Kakamega County in the Republic of Kenya. Construction began in 2014 and will be complete in December 2020. It comprises of 5 districts being built in 3 phases. Phases 1 and 2 are complete and Phases 3 is 40% complete. The first district is the Plaza District, which has the mall, a supermarket, Hampton's Cafe Bed and Breakfast, private residential homes and a 5,000-bed Hampton Hospital, which will treat 12,000 patients per day when fully completed in the year 2020. The second district is the Airport District, which comprises of a convention center, a 35-acre Disney-style water park, and a private international airport, all connected to the 5,000-bed Hamptons Hospital via cable car system. The third district is the Grid District, and true to its name, it forms a grid along 3 kilometers of the boulevard between 1st Street and 12th Street and is organized with the natural greenery as well as appointed homes. The fourth district is the Golf District, which hosts the 36-hole Hamptons Championship Golf Course, the largest in Africa, as well as 4,800 homes for doctors, nurses, and other residents of the city. The fifth district is the Industrial District, which has the 144 megawatts waste-to-energy power plant that will convert all hospital and municipal solid waste into clean renewable power. By the end of 2020, the city is expected to be the second largest city in Kenya. Mwale Medical and Technology City, where vision and opportunity meets success.
Have you ever woken up and wondered where you would find fuel for cooking your breakfast, lunch, or dinner? Well, that is the reality for more than 600 million people in sub-Saharan Africa who have no access to electricity. Every day, most of these people walk many miles looking for firewood as fuel. Even those with access to electricity face regular blackouts due to an infrastructure that is archaic, inadequate, and often highly susceptible to variations in climatic conditions, and must resort to the expensive diesel fuel as backup systems. The Energy Africa Conference is working to help improve the situation. My name is Luca Pawanga, professor at Regis University and founder and executive director of the Energy Africa Conference, and we invite you to join us in this effort. The purpose of the Energy Africa Conference is twofold. One is to provide a platform that brings together high-level decision makers from academia, national governments, business, and civil society from across the globe to meet with their counterparts from Africa to network, form partnerships, share best practices and technologies, and invest in the work needed to deploy power systems that are economically viable, affordable, accessible, sustainable, clean, and resilient. The undeveloped renewable energy sources promise a cost-effective, environmentally friendly, and sustainable approach for Africa to meet its energy needs. Second is to source impactful projects that we can collaboratively actualize to make a positive difference on the ground and recast the lives of many African citizens while expanding your business, thus doing well while doing good, which is a win-win situation. The conference is held every year in Colorado because Colorado is one of the leading states in the nation in developing and disseminating forward-looking, innovative, clean energy policies and practices. We hope to share this experience with you and use it as a springboard for solutions and connecting you and firms around the world to the business opportunities in the African power sector. Whether you are an investor, project developer, consulting company, engineering, construction, and management company, a business professional, or somebody interested in networking and knowing more about the African sector, join us and learn from high-level decision makers, firms, and individuals who are already operating in Africa, and learn how you can plug into the many high-return business opportunities in this sector. We hope this conference will inspire you to think bigger and more broadly about energy-related opportunities, to expand your horizons, to grow your businesses, and be part of the solution in making the world a better place. Conference information can be found at our website, energyafricaconference.com. Thank you.
Every faculty has inspired me. They've inspired me to pursue more, and they inspire us like in the classroom to really think more, think critically, and also aspire for more.
It's really awesome to be here. It didn't even feel like school, it just felt like a journey. This was an amazing program. It was very reflective. It was eye-opening. I feel like I grew so much.
Just the research experience as a whole, I've loved it. I'm going into a very technical field that I can make a really big impact in and honestly change the world.
Hello, I'm Robert Stoner. Welcome to the 13th Annual Africa Energy Conference. I'd like to thank Luca Puwanga, our perennial organizer, for doing so much every year and this year to make this event a success, an important day on my calendar and those of many of you. Our theme this year is why we need to invest now in Africa. It's always a good question, and one that gains extra currency in a year when the COVID-19 pandemic is raging around the world, impacting people on every continent. It's also a year in which the impacts of climate change have been felt ever more strongly. And this year's COVID-driven hiatus notwithstanding, levels of greenhouse gases continue to increase. And our goal of containing global temperature rise to something less than 2 degrees seems to recede. With that backdrop, let me give you a perspective on why to invest and put on the table some of the ideas and concerns that no doubt will recur throughout our conference.
Wakanda will no longer watch from the shadows. We cannot. We must not.
For the first time in history, two worlds are combining. Fiction is becoming reality. We've all heard of Wakanda, the beautiful city, the heart of Africa from the Black Panther comics and film. We were all mesmerized by its strong culture and unique design. However, as impressive as it was, Wakanda remained a fictional creation. A little more than another genius thought from the mind of Stan Lee. But now, thanks to one rich revolutionary rapper, Wakanda is being brought to life. With a multi-billion-dollar budget, Akon's new so-called Solar City will drive the African economy, amaze Marvel fans, and pay tribute to Black Panther himself, Chadwick Boseman, all at once. Before too long, we'll all be screaming, Wakanda forever! So what would a real-life Wakanda actually look like? Allow us to take you on an imaginative journey through the glass-laden utopian megacity in the making. The stunning renderings that have already been released make Solar City, better known as Akon City, appear as a futuristic oasis for the wealthy. But it's not exclusively for the wealthy or tourists for that matter. Above all else, Akon, the mastermind behind the entire operation, wants this city to be the pathway to a new and improved world, with immense benefits for the locals. What's your first impression of the buildings? Unique? Certainly. But there's a good reason for their interesting shapes. Lead architect Hussein Bakri takes inspiration from African sculptures, a nod to the wonderful, thriving local culture that Akon wants thrust into the spotlight. Akon made this clear, telling the architect that he needed, quote, a building that looks like a statue that you can take home, like real African sculptures that they make in the villages. As we tour through the city of tomorrow, we'll be able to pass through hotels, residential properties, a university, hospitals, leisure centers, a casino, movie studios, a police station, a school, parks, shopping centers, and even the city's very own stadium. Basically all of the building blocks for a thriving modern civilization. Once completed, the area won't just be a local icon, but a worldwide beacon for magnificent innovation. In addition to the city's projected population of 300,000, which is about the same size as Pittsburgh, uncapped internationals will have the opportunity to fly into Akon City's very own airport and see the sparkling city for themselves. The singer has already declared his intentions on social media. Looking forward to hosting you there in the future. While the glass and steel-rich building designs are eye-catching without a doubt, they've drawn some criticism. Why? Because the local climate is exceptionally dry and hot, and huge windows tend to invite uncomfortable heat. Thankfully, there is a simple solution for this: air conditioning. Powering the climate control won't drain as much energy as you'd think, thanks to one particular design feature. Akon City is expected to be entirely solar-powered. Say goodbye to traditional electricity grids. It sounds like a monumental and foreign challenge for a musician, but in reality, there couldn't be a better person for the job. The R&B singer already is an expert in the solar power field. He owns and runs Akon Lighting Africa, which provides solar power to a long list of countries throughout the continent. The visuals and the mechanics of the anticipated city are impressive. However, just as intriguing is the way that the society is proposed to operate. Out with cash and away with traditional banks. Akon's city economy will be built entirely on an app-based cryptocurrency. The name? Go ahead, take a guess. Yep, A-Coin. While some considered the notion far-fetched, the singer-turned-businessman is pushing the idea forward as a way to bring more freedom to residents of Senegal and wider Africa. He views blockchain and crypto as the potential savior for Africa in many ways because it brings power back to the people. Blockchain offers a more secure currency that enables people in Africa to advance themselves independent of the government. The numbers are in Akon's corner as well. 6 of the 10 fastest-growing world economies are in Africa, with the World Economic Forum projecting that the continent's consumers will spend $2 trillion by 2025. More than 60% of people in Africa are under 25 years old and do not use a traditional bank and heavily rely on mobile phones for daily tasks. This means that A-Coin could easily penetrate the population and spread like wildfire. Think of the cryptocurrency's debut in Akon City as a test run, with the end goal to spread it across the continent. It's a wild and fascinating idea that could revolutionize the way of life in West Africa. It could propel Senegal onto the center stage to compete with the African tourist heavy hitters like Morocco, Egypt, and South Africa. But where does such a spectacular idea come from? You'd expect for Akon to have a clear connection and inspiration for developing his own city.
Hello, I'm Sherry Plants-Masters, and I'm the Dean of the Anderson College of Business and Computing, where we integrate business and computing education to build a better world. Regis University formed the Anderson College of Business and Computing in May of this year. The Anderson College pursues innovation through our capabilities, through the expertise of our faculty across the disciplines of business and computing, through collaboration across and between those disciplines, and through our intentional focus on inclusion. Regis University is an innovator in higher education. In the 1970s, Regis University pioneered an accelerated learning model designed to meet the needs of the adult learner who juggled work, and family priorities while pursuing a degree. In the 1990s, Regis University embraced online delivery of education, offering degrees across many disciplines, including MBA, which quickly grew to one of the largest in the nation and produced thousands of graduates. In 2010, Regis University was the first institution to offer fully online ABET accredited degrees in computer science and computer information systems. Regis University was the first in the region and one of the first in the nation to offer a master's degree in data science, which is the largest in the region. And now Regis University is the first to integrate business and computing education into a single college to meet the changing dynamic needs of the business world. Students across the college, from accounting and management to computer science and software engineering, benefit from college-wide outcomes. Graduates learn to approach problems from a systems perspective, assessing and evaluating solutions to assure that they meet the needs of a system. They learn to use data and analytics for informed decision-making. We prepare students and graduates for careers through experiences that help them develop their skills, capabilities, behaviors, and attitudes, as well as a commitment to community. And graduates develop an awareness of and a commitment to the common good and to building a sustainable future through the foundation of a Jesuit education. Thank you.
Regis University has been the catalyst to all of my success. I appreciate the education that I have, the distance learning, the online process, and that was another fundamental part why I continued from my bachelor's to my master's. It has changed my life to the core.
Hello all, my name is Yihemba Yukonga. I work for Power Africa based in DC as a member of the Energy Office working on the Enabling Environment team. It's a pleasure to be with you today. Power Africa is a US government-led initiative that is coordinated by the United States Agency for International Development, or USAID. Power Africa brings together over 170 public and private sector partners to double access to electricity in sub-Saharan Africa. So let's dig into the situation and the context. What is the problem? More than half of sub-Saharan Africans do not have access to electricity. This hinders their access to quality healthcare, education, economic opportunities. $660 billion of investment is necessary to achieve universal electricity access by 2030. Yet, political and credit risk hinder investment in the energy sector, and there are financial and regulatory roadblocks that prevent power delivery on the continent. So, how do we approach this problem? How do we find a solution? Power Africa partners with African governments, the private sector, international organizations, NGOs, and multilateral and bilateral development partners to stimulate investment in the African energy sector. Our goals are to add 30,000 megawatts of new and cleaner power generation and 60 million new electricity connections to homes and businesses. We seek to do this by 2030, and we recognize that these goals are ambitious, but we do think that they are reachable. So how do we reach them? Our unique model includes several different elements that I will, and I'll touch on some of these now, just so that you get a better sense of how we work. The first is a transaction focus. So a lot of the work that we do seeks to clear impediments in different power project transactions on the continent And as we do this, we seek to make it easier for progress to occur in those projects and then also in other projects within the same country. We provide on-the-ground support through our in-country advisors who provide insight into how to provide solutions of a technical, financial, and political nature that can seek to provide faster access to electricity. We work beyond the grid, meaning that we focus on the off-grid sector as well, because we know that oftentimes the off-grid solutions might be the best way to reach the most vulnerable and remote communities. In terms of a financing gap, we know that that $660 billion of investment is, well, it far exceeds what is capable of being provided by foreign donors and African governments alone. And so what we seek to do is to de-risk investments and so that the private sector can engage in the market. In terms of encouraging African-led reform, as we increase those private sector investments, we seek to drive systemic reforms. And yet we also recognize that those reforms cannot occur without policy reform and then also improved governance on the continent. And so we also work with sub-Saharan African governments to help address critical gaps in terms of governance, and then also helping to facilitate diplomatic dialogue that is necessary to drive reforms that increase access to electricity. Last but not least, we also focus on women. We believe that gender equality and also female empowerment are a critical component of our work. Our model includes several different actors, as I have already said, and so we engage US government agencies, the private sector, international donors and finance institutions, host country counterparts, all working together in a unique model to increase investment in electricity across the continent. And by encouraging the private sector to participate and play a leading role, we are facilitating investments that advance development outcomes. And as we do this, we are really seeking to advance practical solutions and then oftentimes first-of-their-kind transactions that create pathways for future power sector projects that will, well, they will move forward with our support, but we also feel very strongly about making sure that they can move forward without our support as well. So to dive more into the partnership model, to date we have 12 US government agencies that work in coordination through the coordination of USAID. So that speaks to the All of Government Initiative. We have 19 bilateral and multilateral development partners. And we also work with 159 private sector partners, and that number continues to increase. So through this partnership model, Power Africa has, we have leveraged $650 million US government dollars into $56 billion of commitments from our partners. 124 projects have reached financial close, amounting to 11,052 megawatts. And of these projects that have reached financial close, 46 of them have been commissioned and are operational. It adds 4,000 megawatts of new power generation. In terms of connections, we have added 17 million connections, and this amounts to access for 77 million people. So these are 77 million people who now have access to electricity, which they did not have prior to Power Africa's launch in 2013. So we started in 2013, but we are not doing the exact same thing that we did when we started. So about 5 years into the initiative, in 2018, we revamped our strategy, which we call Power Africa 2.0. And Power Africa 2.0 has an increased emphasis on transmission and distribution, the enabling environment, and working with US firms. As I mentioned, we believe very strongly in the importance of incorporating gender equality and female empowerment in our work. And so in doing that, we promote projects and programs and policies that seek to reduce gender inequalities and also promote the effective engagement of both men and women across the energy value chain. You will hear more about this in another panel during this conference. Last but not least, I want to provide an example that can put into context some of what I've described about Power Africa and what it is and how we work. And so for this, I would like us all to consider the example of the Tamane project in Mozambique. This project, includes a 420 megawatt gas plant and then also a 560 kilometer transmission line. In terms of the gas plant, one of our private sector partners is one of the developers on the project. And in terms of the financing that has led this plant to be a successful transaction, we leveraged two of our members of our partnership model. So on the one hand, the US government agency, the Development Finance Corporation, or DFC, provided a $200 million loan for the gas plant. And one of our development partners, the World Bank, provided a $100 million guarantee. We expect the Tamane gas plant to reach financial close in April of 2021. So this plant furthers Mozambique's energy sector, and it does so in combination with the transmission line that I mentioned at the beginning. And this transmission line is quite important because it connects the northern and southern regions of the country from Vilanculos to the capital city of Maputo. So in terms of how Power Africa fits into that, Power Africa secured $300 million in grants for the transmission line, and we also embedded an advisor for the Tamane transmission project from 2018 to 2020. We are quite excited about these two related transactions for a variety of reasons. I'll share some of them with you. So in terms of the gas plant allows the country to diversify its energy mix. It reduces the cost of electricity, and it allows Mozambique to increase its power generation using its own gas supply. On the other hand, the transmission line is a great first step in improving the country's transmission infrastructure, in this case, connecting north to south. And also it promotes private sector investment in the energy sector through industrial development and also providing higher value jobs. So that's just one example of how Power Africa is leveraging its unique partnership, all of government model to drive changes and increased access to electricity on the continent. With that, I will conclude today, but thank you very much for your time, and I welcome you to learn more about Power Africa and the work that we are doing. You can visit our website, you can find us on social media, and all of the contact information that you need is on the slide. The slide that you see right now. So thank you so much for your time. It's been a pleasure to be with you today, and I hope that you enjoy this conference. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jim Donovan. My wife Mary and I have been one of the sponsors of the Energy Africa Conference for several years. The reason we are sponsors is that we are very appreciative of Dr. Luca Pawanga and his staff's efforts to bring energy to many countries. This conference is very unique in that it brings together all of the necessary parties that can actually have a positive impact in tackling this enormous undertaking. Without the ability to deliver affordable energy to developing countries, it's difficult to improve the lives of its citizens. It's a complex effort, and requires a team of dedicated individuals and organizations to make it happen. Keep up the good work, Luca, and we're looking forward to your 14th annual conference. See you later. Thank you.
I'm Robert Stoner. Welcome to the 2020 Africa Energy Conference. I'd like to thank Luca Pawanga, our perennial organizer, for doing so much every year to make this event a success and an important day on my calendar and those of many others. Our theme this year is why we need to invest now in Africa. Always a good question, and one that gains extra currency in a year when the COVID-19 pandemic is raging around the world, impacting people on every continent. It's also a year in which the impacts of climate change have been felt ever more strongly, and this year's COVID-driven hiatus notwithstanding, levels of greenhouse gases continue to increase, and our goal of containing global temperature rise to something less than 2 degrees seems to recede. With that backdrop, let me try to give a perspective on why to invest and put on the table some of the ideas and concerns that no doubt will recur throughout this conference. Let me start with some good news. We, of course, already do invest in the African energy sector at every level: generation, transmission, and distribution. And within the distribution segment, both in grid and off-grid connections. Rural access is still low across the continent, but beginning in 2012, we began to see a leveling off in the number of unconnected households, and perhaps even the beginnings of a decline in that number, which you can see in the red curve here. This is a curve taken from the IEA's 2016 new policy scenario. Everywhere in the developing world, the downward trend had already become very apparent. When this chart was made by the IEA in 2016, India looked poised to achieve universal access to electricity as planned by 2022. The number of unconnected was also in decline elsewhere in South and Southeast Asia, and indeed between 2016 and 2020, the total declined from roughly 1.1 billion to roughly 800 million globally. And India achieved universal access to electricity early. Now, it's important to recognize that despite this progress in creating new connections, well over 3 billion people still lack reliable access to electricity. This is the subject of a really excellent paper by my friends Todd Moss and Morgan Bazilian earlier this year, which I recommend. This is a reminder that if we're to realize a return on investment in access, we have to pay attention to more than simply physical connections. We have to deal with the financial viability of the provider, the ability of the consumer to pay for electricity, the reliability of the grid itself, and the long-term viability of off-grid providers and the quality and durability of the off-grid services and products they sell. Unless we do this, the investment we make in access will have far less impact on the lives and futures of the people who gain service, and it may tend to discourage future investment in the electricity sector and other parts of the economies of developing countries. Between 2000 and 2012, over 97% of all new connections was via grid extension, and a stunning 99% of those in India. This is not to detract from the important role that off-grid technologies, mainly solar-powered home systems and mini-grids, have played in the past decade. Millions of new residential and small industrial connections have been made with these technologies, and they are frequently a very cost-competitive option for rural communities. But they are not inexpensive either, and in many communities are affordable at a scale consistent with powering lights and a small appliance or two, perhaps a television, only to the relatively well-off and less subsidized. The acceleration in making connections was faster in the 2012 through 15 period than the preceding slide really suggests, because the number of new connections needed also grew rapidly in the same period due to population growth. Keeping up with population growth in Africa is a challenge for national leaders. To connect everyone will require a substantial increase in the rate of making new connections, and getting there by 2030, as envisaged in SDG 7, will require a truly massive increase, indeed, a level of focus and commitment that is not now apparent. Let's look in more detail at how connections are being made in the developing world at large, and in Africa specifically. Let's look first at the top half of the figure on this chart, in particular the upper left corner, which shows the number of connections made each year throughout the developing world, not just in Africa, and the source of generation associated with each of those new connections. You can see that in the 2000 through 2012 period, there were 62 million connections made a year. That increased in the 2012 through 2015 period by almost a factor of 2 to 103 million per year. The brown figures here, in fact, all of the figures represent 1 million people, but the brown represents connections that are powered with coal. And you can see that a substantial number of these connections were coal-fired. In fact, looking at the figures in the upper right, in the 2000 through 2012 period, 72% of all new connections were fueled with fossil fuels, 44% of those with coal. Renewables accounted for 28% in the form of hydro, solar, and a small number of geothermal and biofuel-related connections. In the 2000 through 2016 period, fossil fuels declined to 56% of all new connections, and renewables increased to 44% globally. A lot of that was a result of what happened in Africa, and that's shown in detail in the bottom two figures. In the lower left, we're looking at the connections made in the 2000 through 2012 period and their sources of generation. And you can see that relatively little was attributable to coal-fired generation, much more to natural gas and oil in Africa, and a substantial amount as well to hydrogen, with a very modest amount to solar. That changed in the 2012 through 2015 period. And looking at the figures in the lower right corner, you can see that in the 2012 to 2016 period, fossil fuels were only at 30% of all new connections, with coal at 0% and renewables at 70%. That's remarkable at a global standard. So note that although coal played a much smaller role in Africa than in Asia, diesel and natural gas were really very important. So fossil fuels played a decisive role here in that period. Solar was also important, enabled in large part by the large installed hydro capacity. Africa's hydro capacity and abundant solar makes it an extremely, indeed uniquely, attractive renewable energy powerhouse. But making it truly become one in the future depends very much on careful system planning and transmission investments, often spanning national borders. And this is a topic that I'll return to. But first, let's consider where we are right now in 2020, in the middle of a global pandemic. The International Energy Agency, the IEA, from whom I stole their figure from the 2016 World Energy Outlook, publishes the Energy Outlook every year, and it was just published in October this year. And it deals extensively with the impact of the pandemic on global energy and global energy trade. The sad news is that in Africa, COVID-19 has really changed the trajectory of access, as well as the entire economic growth story. In 2020, non-connected households increased by 2% in Africa. That was the result of a shift in national resources to emergency finance to cover other things that had to be paid for. In Uganda, for example, it meant an end to access subsidies because of a need to conserve cash. In South Africa, the national budget was redirected from access to health and welfare. Off-grid sales, that is the sales of small home systems and microgrids, declined by 10% overall in Africa, with sales down 20% in Ethiopia. In Zambia and Uganda, imports of solar-related products collapsed due to supply chain disruptions. The second point is that connected household incomes fell and pressured utilities and off-grid suppliers as they were unable to pay their bills. In 2020, 30 million people were unable to pay for their electricity. It's forecast by the IEA that in 2021, that number will increase to 100 million people, greatly increasing the financial pressure on utilities and off-grid providers. At the same time, the cost of capital is increasing in Africa due to a perceived risk increase in the level of risk, even at the same time that the cost of capital hits record lows in the United States and Europe. Indeed, the risk premium is up on average in Africa by 2% to 7% overall, and in some countries, notably the DRC, has hit as high as 9%. The World Energy Outlook goes on to quantitatively assess the impact by showing how 2020 compares with the 2012 through 2020 period. And you can see in this chart, the yellow bars indicate the number of people, the change in the number of people without access each year, which was increasing in 2012 and 2013. And we really began to make inroads in reducing that number in 2014 all the way through 2019 at an uneven rate. But in 2020, the number has actually increased. We have increased the number of people in Africa who lack access to electricity. And we've also greatly increased the pressure on the utilities. Electricity utilities were already in big trouble in Africa. And this has been the study, or rather the subject of a number of studies, a very important one by Chris Trimble and his colleagues at the World Bank, which is the subject, or rather which is where these figures come from. Many of the challenges that utilities face result from the high cost of power they must pay to wholesale providers connected to the transmission system, and that impacts profits negatively, of course, and creates losses, and undermines the capacity of the utility to maintain its system, and tends to lead to customer dissatisfaction with the poor reliability that results, and ultimately a downward spiral in the economic health of the utility. This requires government bailouts in the form generally of ex post subsidies or bailouts in order to keep the utilities functioning. But they're not functioning profitably or predictably, and therefore have very little borrowing capacity. And the result is that they are economic zombies in far too many cases. And that leaves them unable to maintain their systems and unable to expand, and perpetuates this sort of downward spiral that they tend to live in. Let's look at this in more detail and see if we can understand what's going on. These figures from Chris Trimble's paper, the one on the left first, shows a comparison of the total cash outlays of national utilities in a number of African countries, starting from Liberia down to Zambia, for in orange capital expenditures, and in orange operating expenditures, and in green capital expenditures. And it also shows their revenues for comparison in the open circles here. And you can see that the open circles are generally well to the left of the sum of operating and capital expenditures, meaning that these utilities are in a negative cash flow situation, in some cases quite dramatically so. There are a couple of exceptions. The Seychelles, which is a very special case as an island with a lot of tourists, and Uganda, which is also a special case because it has a profitable utility, but also one of the lowest access records on the continent of Africa. But generally, this is a very negative and disappointing story. The good news is shown in the figure on the right, which compares the so-called quasi-fiscal deficits of these utilities with the quasi-fiscal deficits that would result in green if they operated at world-class standards. That is, they reduced their staffs, they reduced losses within their systems, and so on, and therefore reduced their costs. And you can see that quite a number of them would be profitable, all the way down to about Nigeria and Mozambique, if they were able to improve their operating standards to this sort of global level, which means that perhaps they could reach out to external utilities to come in and take over these systems in one form or another, not necessarily through privatization, but perhaps through the creation of concessions, which is beginning to happen in a number of countries. So there's some hope here for making these utilities profitable simply through operations. They could be even more profitable if they had access to lower cost bulk power within the transmission system. That could be achieved potentially through the creation of power pools and other forms of cross-border trade. Power pools are not a new subject in Africa. They've been discussed for many years, but there's been very slow progress in implementing them. 4 major systems are envisaged, one in West Africa, Central Africa, South Africa, and East Africa. Of these, the Southern Africa pool and West Africa pools are the most high functioning. The Central African pool really doesn't exist. The East Africa pool has begun to show some signs of life. As I noted, power pools provide economies of scale. It means that countries with small markets can share in investment in large power plants that operate with greater economic efficiency than small plants, which means that power costs fall. They can also operate with greater reliability because more power plants are connected to the system and it becomes more tolerant of individual system failures as a result. Power pools that are well provided can also serve larger loads than systems that are not connected to large pools. That means they're important for expanded industry and modernization. They also provide important options for resource-poor countries to access energy. Those countries who lack access to indigenous coal or oil or natural gas or hydro or wind can still access power by purchasing it from their neighbors through power pools. And it may be the only way that they can access sufficient power. And finally, power pools are important because they enable intermittent sources of electricity, specifically solar and wind, to be deployed at great scale because of the statistical non-overlap between them and their output, and because they can be backed up by large hydros and other dispatchable forms of electricity to cover the intermittency. And so if you want to take advantage of the large amount of renewable power available in Africa in the form of solar energy, for example, you need to have power pools. And yet these issues, the issues of distribution and power pools, are receiving too little attention, and there's too great a focus on simply doing projects in Africa. A number of my colleagues and I got together to form last year a group of people who wanted to address this. And we call ourselves the Global Commission to End Energy Poverty. The Global Commission is sponsored by the Rockefeller Foundation, and indeed its president, Raj Shah, serves as one of our 3 co-chairs, along with Ernie Moniz, my MIT colleague and former Secretary of Energy under President Obama, and Akin Adesina, the president of the Africa Development Bank. The commission itself comprises the leaders of a number of international utilities, development finance institutions, including the AFDB, the ADB, the World Bank, and the IADB, the leaders of national utilities in important low-access countries, the head of the IEA, a number of well-known academics, as well as financiers from the private sector. Our mission, collectively, is to forge an actionable consensus across basically ourselves, public, private, philanthropic, NGO, and development sectors, as to what to do about the distribution sector and power pools in order to attract more investment and urgently. Our initial focus is the electricity sector. and to study it, we've engaged with what we call first action countries. That is, countries around the world in Asia, South America, and Africa, where we see things happening within distribution that should be happening elsewhere. They may not be doing everything they need to do, but they're doing some things right and moving in the right direction. We want to share those positive lessons with other countries that want to improve their electricity access. We recognize that most of these challenges are in the distribution and international trade areas. And so that is our focus. However, we do also recognize that continued focus on investment in generation is needed and will be needed even more in coming years as the national economies of these countries continue to grow. And so we don't mean to negate the importance of generation, but we're focusing on the wires. So distribution of the two parts, bulk trade and distribution. Distribution is the one we are most concerned with. And we include within distribution both grid extension as well as the use of off-grid technologies, solar home systems, microgrids that are powered by solar. And indeed, we see a future role for both of these, but we also see that they're not being used in an optimal way within a broad view of how the system should evolve. It's piecemeal. And we think that there are significant opportunities for deploying off-grid technologies and on-grid technologies cooperatively or in an integrated manner that can make them both more useful to consumers and more cost-effective overall. We talk about integration in a number of ways. Integration not only of on and off-grid technologies, but integration within the entire electric utility space, integration within the regulatory system, integration within the business models that firms use within the distribution system to expand and operate their businesses. We want these things to come together in an orderly, thoughtful way. And we've created what we call the integrated distribution framework as a way of bringing together all of the threads of integration that have to be considered in order to make the electric distribution systems of these countries high performing. I don't have time in this short talk to describe exactly how it works, but the four main blocks are inclusivity, meaning universality of access and permanence of access, the use of on and off-grid technologies cooperatively, the establishment of financial viability within the sector, both by reducing costs of operations and reducing losses and reducing bulk purchasing costs, and maintaining a development focus, that is, ensuring that investments in electrification and expanded access explicitly lead to economic betterment for the people who are connected. You can read a great deal about this report, a framework, in our final report, which will be released later this month in a Washington Post event on the 20th of November. And in that event, we'll also talk about our future phase, in which we will now, having formalized our approach to ending energy poverty, make a much broader impact on the world by reaching out extensively to countries that are willing to commit to our way of thinking and to working with us around the world. And so please look for it, and we'll make information available on our website that points you to the report. Let me make a final few statements about climate change as a further motivation for why to invest in Africa now. When I talk about climate change and decarbonization, I like to use C-ROADS, which is a simulation tool developed by my colleague John Sturman and his collaborators at the Sloan School at MIT and the NGO Climate Interactive. C-ROADS shows emissions from the United States, Europe, and other developed countries along with those of China, India, and other developing countries, so that we can see how everyone contributes to climate change. In the business as usual scenario, which is represented here, the average surface temperature rises by over 4 degrees, as shown in the right-hand figure, with no end in sight by the end of the 21st century. Under a Paris COP-like scenario, we make big changes in the economically advanced countries, but the temperature still rises by 3 degrees, as you can see, and it keeps on rising without limit. Notice how India and other developing countries, the upper blue and pink curves, become the dominant emitters under this scenario by mid-century. Other developing countries essentially means Africa. And so Africa becomes a very, very important part of the 21st century story of climate change, and an indispensable member of the group of countries that must work together, even including the post-Paris commitments of China and the EU, to keep temperatures from rising more than 2 degrees. The developing countries, India, and the other countries of South and Southeast Asia, Latin America, Eastern Europe, the Middle East, and especially Africa, also have to aggressively decarbonize, beginning in the coming 2 decades. We can't get there without the developing world and without Africa. And the developing world can't get there without many trillions of dollars of investment and expertise. We need to work together. And that is the essential message of our commission as well. And it's a critical reason why developed countries should be very concerned about helping to improve the access level and functionality of African utilities and investing in African energy today. So let me summarize. Why invest in Africa now? Africa is a vast, untapped market for energy and much else. Providing modern energy services can be a large and profitable business in Africa, as it can everywhere, but Africans have to play ball and work hard to improve the reliability of their systems, quality of service, to reduce tariffs and losses, and to work collectively to find ways to reduce the cost and reliability of bulk power through regional trade. The access rate is too low, and it is increasing too slowly to eradicate energy poverty within our lifetimes. Private capital blended with concessionary capital and government investment is needed. There is no alternative. To accelerate the timeline, we have to focus on the financial viability of the distribution sector based on the principles underlying our integrated distribution framework with expanded public, private, and development finance institution funding. COVID-19 has made matters worse, endangering public health in the near term and endangering on- and off-grid supplier viability. We need to align economic recovery funding with energy system development, thinking for the long term as well as the near term about improving the viability of the sector. Africa will become a dominant source of greenhouse gas emissions by mid-century. We need to act in partnership to address this challenge within the next 2 decades to avoid a global catastrophe in the 21st century. The capital is available. The motivations for investing it in the African power sector are clear. We need to work together to make those investments today. And I look forward to hearing from the rest of you in our meetings in the coming days to learn about efforts that you're making as well in advancing our common cause. Thank you very much.
The sun. Every day, the sun shines more than 3 trillion watts of free energy on the Earth. That's enough energy to power over 3 million homes for an entire year, being produced every day. Solar panels harness the energy and convert it into clean electricity to power our homes, businesses, and lifestyles. Light from the sun stimulates electrons on a solar panel. These electrons create DC, or direct current electricity. Solar electricity travels from the panels on your roof through an inverter to the circuit breaker panel of your building. An inverter changes DC electricity into usable AC, or alternating current electricity, before sending it to the breaker panel of your building. Your home uses that electricity to power the electronic devices we use every day. It's like having your own power plant on your roof with an endless supply of clean energy. Anytime the panels are producing more energy than you are using, like sunny days when you are on vacation, the excess energy is sent back to your utility company, where they are required to buy back your excess electricity at the same rates they would normally charge, a concept called net metering. The utility company purchases your excess solar electricity and sells that energy to homes and businesses in your neighborhood. Even homes and businesses that do not have solar panels are still buying your excess solar electricity. When the sun goes down, your home or business purchases electricity from your local utility company the same way it has in the past. However, credits from your excess solar energy produced during the day will offset nighttime charges, which are much cheaper than peak daytime rates. This maximizes your savings through time of use billing, where you are selling energy to the utility during daytime peak hours while buying energy during nighttime off-peak hours. Instead of buying electricity from a power plant that burns coal and other pollutants, you are taking advantage of the free, abundant energy of the sun. As energy rates continue to go up, your system produces clean, renewable energy at no cost to you. Now you get to choose how much to spend on electricity. Imagine if we could do that with gasoline prices. Today, there are some incredible incentives and rebate to help pay for solar installation. Finance programs can help you install panels for as little as $500 down. Increase the value of your home or business by reducing your energy costs. Businesses will increase profits, while homeowners will increase their home's market value. Help save the environment and reduce global warming. Start producing your own clean energy. For more information, visit Solar Buddy's system quote page to see how solar will benefit your home or business today.
Hello, everyone. Thanks very much for joining us for this session during the Energy Africa Conference. The title of the session is Microgrids for Energy Access, Pathways to Scale. I'm Eric Lockhart from the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, and I'll moderate a little discussion here with two of my colleagues, Tim Reber and Ian Baring-Gould. And we'll sort of step through three different areas of the microgrid kind of industry. There's obviously a lot we could talk about, but this being a brief discussion, we'll look to talk about the market overall a bit, then the quality assurance framework, which Ian will describe, and then a little bit on the role of regulation in enabling market growth. So with that, we'll jump straight in. Ian, I wonder if we could start with you. If you could talk a little bit about the role of third-generation mini-grid power systems in Africa.
Yeah, certainly. The concept of the third-generation microgrid or mini-grid is something that has been coined by the World Bank and really looks to focus on this kind of new age of microgrid or mini-grid technology that's being applied quite widely in Africa, really focused on renewable energy technologies and how renewables play a role in providing services, stepping away from diesel and other technologies. And certainly there's been a lot of work recently. A new report from the World Bank just came out. Energy for All has done another one that really shows huge growth in this market sector of right now primarily focused on solar mini grids with solar and battery, but certainly as we go forwards, building other technologies to get the kind of technology diversification that we see needing in this market space, using solar and wind and hydro technologies, whatever resources are available, and how this the kind of market space for these technologies have come along quite greatly in the last 10 years and will play a really significant role worldwide, but clearly in Africa over the next decade.
Wonderful, thanks. Yeah, I wonder if building on that, if you could talk about sort of what some of the key technical considerations would be of moving towards this third generation.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of them, and a couple of good studies that have come out kind of recently looking at where the market or where the kind of openings are. Certainly the lowering the cost of solar and batteries have been a key driver. But then we see looking at how do you deploy these systems. We'll talk about this a little bit more, but from a government role perspective, how do governments support the development of this market sector, both within stuff like the quality assurance framework and proper regulatory frameworks? But from a technology standpoint, how do you kind of mirror this? We can't build them all locally, but we can't build them all and move them in as kind of modular power systems. So how do we kind of combine the technologies in a way that take advantage of local economies, the local workforce and building those local workforces, but being able to use the new technology that's available that does lower the cost of these systems quite dramatically to be able to have them be cost effective. How do we combine productive uses in the development of the energy systems to bring economic viability into the communities as compared to just an energy source that is used for homes, which doesn't necessarily expand economics within the community? So how do we pair these kind of reasonable technology advances, regulatory frameworks, as well as decision-making frameworks that are supported by the governments to allow this to go forwards? And then how do we look at understanding the loads and how we can increase the loads in communities that drive up economic value in the communities that, again, help pay for the systems as they go forward. And all those three areas are really key development strains that we need to focus on within any country that's looking at developing these technologies going forward.
I was wondering if there's anything else you'd like to highlight in terms of how mini grids will evolve over the next few years, if there's anything in there you want to kind of double click on.
Yeah, I think there will be technology innovation. Certainly the lowering the cost of the technologies from larger markets are important. But I think one of the key ones that we'll see is the marrying of different technologies, not just solar and batteries, but expanding upon those. And then these kind of quasi-modular systems. So systems that are modular in nature, but you develop them in the field. And so they fit better to the energy needs and the changing energy needs of a community. You can't bring in a huge system that will meet the energy needs of a community for the next 10 years because we don't really know how those will grow. And that's a huge investment up front for an unknown return. And so these kind of quasi-modular systems that will use different technology, storage, photovoltaics, wind, hydro, whatever biomass, whatever you happen to have in the area, but allow them to change over time as the community energy needs change. And that allows you to optimize the system, even when a grid arrives, which might well happen. And whether it's a grid from outside or the grid of the community expanding to take in a kind of other adjacent communities, which is how we certainly saw the kind of the first generation of these mini grids coming in place in the US and Europe, which were built around cities that then expanded and then became a national grid. So how does that end up balancing over time? So I think that kind of the quasi-modular system using a bunch of different technologies is really going to be an innovative space as we go forward.
Great, thank you. And so I guess sort of zooming in specifically on one aspect of what might support that evolution over time, staying with Ian for another moment here, you think you could talk a little bit more about the quality assurance framework and kind of what it takes to provide the space?
Yeah, certainly. So the quality assurance framework was kind of a conceptual document that was developed out of NREL and the Department of Energy, really looking at what is the system space you need to allow national expansion of these technologies, of mini grids specifically. So we look at it from a development prospect of you're in a country that has a very defined grid structure, and everything within that power structure is built around the grid. And this kind of relationship that we have with the people who are buying power, the utility that it's supplying through a grid model, and then the financiers that provide the money to be able to build out that grid to service the people. And the financiers can be governments, or they can be private sector, public sector, some combination of them. And that's usually the way it works. But when you're looking at a mini grid space, it's a little bit different model. It still fits in that central framework. But what are those things for a mini grid that you need to be able to build this relationship between people who are purchasing power, the utility that is providing power, in this case to a mini grid, and then the investment community, government or non-government, that are providing those links together. And so it really just tries to lay out the kind of structures that you need to be able to do that. And regulatory frameworks is certainly one of them, but a quality assurance framework of the technology so that people understand what those are, where you put them, and the risk reductions that are associated with those three kind of partnering organizations that have to work together, and what are the risk reductions to allow people to do investments in these mini grids, understanding that the consumer is only going to pay for it if they're getting high quality power. And what is that high quality power? What does that mean? And then the investors are only going to invest in it if they can see a rate of return, not necessarily a high one, because governments, as an example, are not interested in a rate of return. But they have to make sure that the people that are getting the power get power that is good quality and are paying for those services. So it really tries to set up this kind of framework, looking at it from a utility model, whether it's a big utility or an individual owner of a simple microgrid, but understanding those dynamics and what are some of the kind of key requirements that if you're going to go from one or two systems that are kind of in there as pilots to 1,000 systems or 100,000 systems, which is where we're going to need to go if we see what the World Bank and Sustainable Energy for All are predicting. What do those frameworks look like? And that's really what the quality assurance framework was designed to try and articulate. Clearly, it'll be different in every country, and it's not meant to be some kind of standard process, but it lays out that framework of who needs to be involved and what are the key concerns.
Great, thank you. Yeah, that's great. That's great context on the quality assurance framework. Could you say a little bit more about sort of what the specific kind of components of it are, the features of the framework that enable these benefits that you described?
Yeah, I mean, it really tries to break it down into kind of a system that looks at it from a national perspective. So what are the goals of the nation? Is it energy access? Is it community development? What are those frameworks? What are the regulatory pieces that need to be put in place to allow that framework to go? What standards need to be put in place so that everybody understands what is being supplied? The kind of the standardization of understanding energy needs within communities. Generally speaking, communities in a particular part of a country are all going to have pretty relatively similar economic drivers and things of that nature. So how do you learn from installing a system in one community and how that applies to another community? You can only do that if it's kind of a standardized approach. And then a relatively standardized approach for how do you deploy the systems. Again, economies of scale, you don't really have those in mini grids because you're doing small projects. But if you bundle all those projects together, then you do get economies of scale as you go forwards, which is what the utility sector has been really great about doing over the years, is building those economies of scale. And then kind of commissioning, what data do you need to collect so that you can report back that the systems are actually operating? How do you go through a commissioning process so that you understand the systems are working? And then that regulatory framework to allow all of that to happen over sustainability over a 20-year period. So those are some of the kind of the highlights, Eric.
Great, thanks very much. And we've seen a few different countries start to implement the QAF. If we have more time, we could jump into that, certainly. But I'd like to maybe rotate to a topic that Ian's brought up a few times in regulation that might support microgrid or mini grid scale here. Tim, I wonder, shifting over to you, if you could talk about some of the components of effective mini-grid regulation that you're seeing or working on.
Yeah, certainly. Thanks, Eric and Ian. Please feel free to jump in here as well. But you know, there's a lot of different areas when it comes to regulation. Regulation can be sort of as short or as long and detailed as you want it. I won't go through everything, but I think just to highlight a few, you know, first of all is thinking through an ownership framework. So who's actually going to own and operate the system once it's built? Who's going to build it? You know, we see sort of this dichotomy between some countries are taking a very public sector-led approach, some are taking more of an all private sector-led approach. You know, others kind of something in the middle where you know, public sector is building it, private sector is operating it on behalf of the public sector. We've also seen co-ops where communities are playing a very large role in it themselves, and sort of everything in between. Another big piece of it is thinking through tariffs and cost recovery. So, you know, obviously it costs a lot of money to build a mini grid, albeit they are still probably the cheapest option in many communities. They still are expensive. So how do you make sure that those folks who are putting up the funding, be it a private investor, a government, or what have you, is actually able to recover their costs fully to make the system viable? Another thing is grid arrivals. What happens when the national grid gets out there, if and when it gets out there? Whether this is a real concern or just a perceived concern among investors and operators, it's something that I think needs to be addressed in a regulatory framework to provide that certainty and provide that sort of level of comfort for folks. Something that Ian touched on and follows on from the quality assurance framework is thinking through service and quality standards. You know, certainly a community that's being served by a mini grid might not have the same needs as an urban community that's connected to the grid, or remote customers, and they may have different needs between different communities. So thinking through how do we put forward sort of a framework of different service standards that are appropriate to the community to allow sort of flexibility for those mini grid operators to meet those. And then finally, you know, another important piece I think is performance monitoring and evaluation. So you know, there's certainly a lot of systems out there, but how do you actually ensure that the right information is being collected? How is it being collected? To whom is it being communicated? To really ensure that these systems are operating as advertised. As Ian mentioned earlier, to make sure that we're able to learn from the systems that are out there and continue to improve on, and make sure that any you know, failings are being addressed. You know, having all these standards and expectations are great, but if there's not something in place to make sure that what's been communicated as the expectation is actually being met, then it doesn't really matter. The list goes on, but I think just to highlight a couple of the really important ones, that's a good start.
And then I'd just quickly add the kind of the community, whether it's the developers or the financial community, understanding that the regulatory framework is there and is being followed from a legal standpoint, which gives a kind of a risk reduction from an international or domestic perspective of, I can invest in this area because there are these rules of the road and they're being defended in a legal court of action. That's certainly one of the biggest problems with mini grid developers is you put all this investment, all this work in, and then the grid arrives or something happens and you've lost all your money. And so countries that have kind of good regulatory frameworks that are followed by the force of law so that a company can make investments and know their investments are going to be sound and respected over whatever the terms of that regulatory framework is.
Right. Yeah. Thank you both. And are there examples that folks could turn to of places where some of these components have been figured out or wrestled with? I don't know, maybe starting with Tim. And then
yeah, certainly there's a few places where this has happened. One place that NREL has been involved with recently is in Uganda. We work together with the ERA, the Energy Regulatory Authority there, as well as some others to actually develop a pretty robust mini-grid regulatory framework, which is currently in the process of being deployed. We're currently working right now in Haiti. Ian's part of that team working in Haiti to develop out a regulatory framework based quite a bit on that Uganda framework. So stay tuned. Soon we'll be able to share some examples from that. There's also been some work going on in Nigeria as well on this. And I think there are some other examples from elsewhere. Certainly Ian could probably point to a few more.
Yeah, Myanmar is another great example. And the World Bank and GIZ have been doing a lot of work in Myanmar in regulatory frameworks. Tanzania also has a pretty good one. It's a little bit older, but another kind of good structure there. And then AMDA, the East African Mini Grid Association, is also doing a lot of work in this space as well, coming at it from the mini grid side, so from the developer perspective.
Great, thank you. Yeah, and we have time for just about one more question, I think. And again, maybe we'll go Tim and then Ian on this one. What are some of the toughest elements of sort of putting together a regulatory framework? What are the toughest challenges in there out of the list of components that you just described?
Yeah, I think it's a really good question. I don't think, in my perspective, there's not necessarily one single piece of that is the most challenging. I think the biggest challenge we seem to be encountering is really how do you put all the pieces together to ensure something is really flexible enough to meet the varying demands and kind of vast diversity in the different types of mini grid systems. So really making sure that your system is flexible enough to respond to the different needs. You know, when putting together sort of a traditional utility regulatory framework, it's pretty straightforward. Utility, you know, produces power, sells it to their customer at X dollars per kilowatt hour. You're pretty much done. But when you get to the mini grid space, because of a lot of these different questions and the different ownership frameworks you could have, the different service standards you might have, thinking through the vast diversity of business models that can be approached. You know, we see a lot of different mini grid operators tapping into sort of different revenue streams, not just selling kilowatt hours, but trying to do other businesses on the side to make these things viable. And so it very quickly gets to be sort of a little bit of a muddy and unclear picture. And so trying to sort of thread the needle between having a regulatory framework that's clear and transparent enough and simple enough, but also is still flexible and adaptable and broad enough to kind of address all these different issues and make sure that there's flexibility to address each individual unique need for each of the communities, I think is one of the bigger challenges we're seeing here. Another piece is you know, demand stimulation and productive uses that I just kind of want to flag. This is something that's emerging now as a really big trend in the space is how do we actually combine mini grids with you know, economic activities that actually boost demand and overall use, both to make the mini grid more viable, but also to help ensure sort of the lasting socioeconomic impact of the ground of energy access. And does that become part of the regulatory framework? How do you marry that and make sure those are happening sort of in concert instead of just in silos to maximize that benefit? It can get quite complicated. I'm curious to hear from Ian as well, though, on his thoughts on that question.
Now, Tim, I think those were really great. I'd just put two, kind of coming back more to the regulatory framework, engaging stakeholders. I mean, that's a critical one. You have to have the confidence of the stakeholder network, and that's the utility, the mini grid developers, the financiers, the whole kabang. To be able to really get a regulation that people can stand behind and believe in. And then there are some tricky financial elements around this. So as an example, it's easy to put in a regulation that the developer has to be compensated if the grid arrives. But who does that compensation? And is that money actually available in 10 years when it has to happen? And you're probably not talking about a lot of money, but again, the regulator usually doesn't have a bank account that they can sign a check to. So how do you arrange those kind of regulatory frameworks so that the regulation actually has teeth behind it, whether that's financial or legal teeth behind it? Another key challenge that typically requires engagement above the regulator to be able to make that happen. So kind of very directed governmental policy to support the market framework.
Great. Thank you both. So that was a whirlwind tour of a very complex topic, but a lot of fun. Thank you both for that discussion. And thank you all listening to this for your time, joining this conversation. You know, we're sorry to be virtual, but hope to continue engaging with many of you who we know are in the digital room out there. And thanks very much to the conference organizers for including us in this session.
And thanks, Eric, for leading us in this discussion. Yep. It's been great.
Thank you.
All right. Take care, everybody.
Right. Take care, all. Thanks.
Okay. Bye.
everybody. I am Chris Joubert, talking from Cape Town, South Africa. And although I don't look like it, I am an African, and I'm dedicated to help develop electricity access in Africa, where we have more than 600 million people without access. I've been in various industries, but the last number of years I've studied myself into especially the battery technologies, because I think that's where the biggest lack of experience is in Africa, and it has huge potential. I think let's go on to the presentation. Good. So the talk is very much around the energy ecosystem, renewable energy ecosystem in the mining sector, although this can also apply in utilities, etc. I am working mostly in the battery storage technology side. So I will spend a bit of time about how that fits into the overall ecosystem. So I will talk about the ecosystem, batteries, what we need in Africa. I will use a mining use case to show how we can find an optimal hybrid solution, cost optimal, and then just a short conclusion. Now, obviously we know mostly with renewable energy we're using the sun, solar power, and wind power. And we know that there are many variables in terms of those two energies. Cloud has a big role to play, and then seasonal changes. And then we utilize the solar with solar PV or CSP, concentrated solar power, or wind power. And we utilize that to provide energy to the user. And what's important about the user side is what the usage profile is of energy, and whether it's 24/7 or whether there's a higher load by day and or night, etc. And then the other two components that we have control on is the battery, and then as a backup, always a generator, typically diesel or gas or whatever. So obviously we know, all of us know about the variability of solar energy. My use case here is a mine in Africa, and this is the annual hourly maximum solar energy per day. And so there's 8,760 hours in a year. And this just shows us again the variability and how this can change through winter and then summer again. But then we also have more cloud closer to the equator that actually puts a lot of extra variability into the picture. And then if we look at wind energy, in this specific case, I was asked to look at wind energy because we know the sun doesn't shine at night, and the wind is seen as blowing mostly at night. However, we find that between January and the middle of winter, there is quite a variation of the wind at night. So let's keep that in mind. What I do have here is one day in January, 1st of January, what the solar energy looks like across the hours, and then a day in winter, 1st of July, how that comes out. And then obviously you can see how the two can support each other. However, we still need batteries when the wind doesn't blow in summer, or in this gap late afternoon when there is not enough solar energy and the wind is not blowing sufficiently yet. Now, what we do need in Africa is the not just batteries. We need clean battery technology. I am very much for looking at energy or energy storage that are clean, that's non-toxic, that's safe to use with no risk of fires and explosions. And some of the battery technologies that are marketed in a big way, and many people make lots of money out of it, are not safe, and they do. There's always the risk of fire and explosions, and they contain a lot of toxic elements. Then we need batteries that have long duration, and that could be up to 10 hours or more, and long life. We don't need or want batteries that expire after 10 or 12 years, because that is a cost impact, and again, that will cause more pollution if those things are not recycled properly, which I don't expect to happen in Africa. Also, batteries with no performance degradation, and that can actually handle multiple daily cycles, because with wind that is a possibility. And then ultra-fast response, especially when we're connected to the grid, but also when the battery needs to kick in when there's suddenly a cloud in front of the sun, etc. So we need something with ultra-fast response. We need batteries that are easy to operate and maintain, and the lowest lifetime cost or levelized cost of storage, which includes the capex, the upfront cost, plus the O&M cost, operational and maintenance cost over its lifetime. And a battery with a low cost and non-corrosive electrolyte, and scalable to 100 plus megawatt and megawatt hours. And the battery that I've chosen for this, that actually complies to this, is the ESS iron flow battery, which comply to all of these requirements. Now, a typical mining use case is that there is an unreliable grid. In Africa, we have many examples of that, and there are many factors. Grids are aging. With hydropower, we have droughts that are causing problems in a large part of the mining industry in southern Africa. We have between 1 megawatt and 100 megawatt power requirement 24/7. However, we have about 16 hours without sun. And then we have a very high operational cost of diesel generators. Now, there are many mines that are working off-grid and who are running full-time on diesel generators, which is a very expensive operation. So the challenge is to find an optimal combination of installed solar PV, installed wind power, and then battery power in megawatt, and battery energy capacity in megawatt hours. And the nice thing about flow batteries is that you can optimize these two separately. It's not, the relationship between power and energy capacity is not fixed. So you can design it to suit the use case. And then also include backup generators, because you always get the days with lots of cloud and little sun, where the battery is just discharged totally at crucial times. Now, the way I handle this, typically I've developed a simulation that helps us to actually optimize the cost element between battery, solar, generators, and wind. And if you look at the chart on the screen, each of these lines are represent a different battery configuration. At the bottom, you will see there's batteries 200 megawatt for this use case, 800 megawatt hour, so it's a 4-hour battery, then a 6-hour battery, then an 8-hour battery. and then 250 and 300 megawatt, also 4, 6, and 8 hours. So one can play with the different combinations of power to energy capacity. And then on the other axis, the y-axis, we have the percentage of annual energy provided by the generator. And one could now select a solution having generator running 10% or providing 10% of the energy, or 5% or 2.5%. And there's no easy answer to see what is the optimal solution here. What we do need to look at are points on these bars with different battery sizes, different solar PV installations that we have on the x-axis here, and then we can calculate the lifetime cost, 20 years or 25 years, of the different combinations, and in that way one can find the cost optimal solution between battery and then solar energy, wind energy, and generator energy. And this is something that really needs to be calculated on a stochastic model. In other words, not just work with averages, because then you cannot compensate for the extreme weather conditions that you do get throughout the year. So I picked a point here to just look at a baseline for when we start adding wind, and because wind blows mostly at night, this could significantly reduce both PV and battery size, and that is, it's mostly true for winter months in this location. And this then shows you for that specific battery configuration that we had here, which is the 250 megawatt 1500. That's a 6-hour capacity at full power. Adding from 0, that's one without any wind energy, then with 5, 10, and 20 turbines, 4 megawatt each, how that affects the overall solution. So you can get to 5% of generator usage with a lot lower installed solar PV and with a smaller battery. So this just shows that effect. And going further, if we look at 50 wind turbines, in this case, we could actually move the axis, while the previous one has a PV x-axis from 400 to 700 megawatt installed. This one runs from 100 to 400 megawatt PV. So it just indicates what the contribution is of wind with solar and battery technology. And in this way, we can find an optimal solution, a cost optimal solution, once we can determine the cost of all of these components for any point on these different charts. And what we can also do with the simulation is then see what the per hour, a histogram of the per hour contribution of generator, and this is now for the 2.5% of energy per annum by generator. And it shows us that a 60 megawatt generator would be sufficient. We don't need to do all of the 80 megawatt that is required by the user. We can get away with only a 60 megawatt. They currently already have a 30 megawatt generator, and they are planning to add another 30, which would be sufficient for this whole scenario. And one could see the impact of generator and battery with wind and solar on this chart. One could see here the orange line there, the amber line, that is the constant 24/7 energy usage of 80 megawatt. The red line is generator, and in this case, 15th of July of that specific year, there's no need for generator over the 24 hours. And the battery only kicks in late afternoon when the sun goes down and the wind is not up full speed, and then the battery state of charge will come down slightly. However, if you look at a January figure where we have more clouds in that area, we can see that, well, we know that this is the 15th of January, but on the 14th of January, there was a lot of cloud, and still on this day, there is still a lot of cloud and not sufficient solar energy. So during the night, the battery discharged fully. So in the morning, we need the generator to kick in. And that's where the 2.5% comes in across the year, because there are many such small locations where you actually need the generator. And it's not the full 80 megawatt that you need, it's just a little bit of it. And then, but after that, when the solar energy kicks in, and you can see we had some cloud in the middle of the day here, and but it keeps on charging the battery, and it can then cover the load late at night. So there are many factors to look at, but it's important to use a simulation that doesn't just look at average usage and average solar and wind energy. You need to have the specific data for that site. So in conclusion, every use case requires, for that specific location, a unique combination of energy resources for the optimal lifetime cost. And that is how we should be looking at hybrid solutions. And also, I believe that financial institutions should look at the overall solution cost in this way to see that it's optimal. Using average energy contributions is not sufficient to accurately plan the cost optimal solution, as I've just said, and we need to consider the typical hourly extremes in weather, especially solar and wind, cloud. But then also I need to plead that Africa needs safe, long duration, long life, and easy to maintain battery systems to optimize renewable energy sources. We need systems that can run without complex maintenance schedules and without complex safety systems to prevent fire and explosions and all of that. And then we all need to consider the environmental and the health impact of battery technology, both at the mining stage of the components of that battery, but also at the end of life point in time. I am afraid that in Africa we don't have the infrastructure to successfully recycle batteries that doesn't last forever and with a short lifetime. And I do plead that this is what we shouldn't do. We should not make Africa a lithium and cobalt dump, and we need clean storage technology and investment in clean storage technology that will suit the needs in Africa. And that is the lot. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jerry Tignano, and I'm the proprietor of Western Urban Sustainability Advisors based in Denver, Colorado. My company helps local governments design and implement improved sustainability programs, plans, and offices. And we also help businesses that want to sell products and services to urban sustainability programs. My presentation today and my work at Western Urban Sustainability Advisors is based in large part on the work I did for 7 years as Denver's first Chief Sustainability Officer from 2012 to 2019. So let me share my screen and we can begin today's presentation. My presentation today is based on one that I did a year ago at the Energy Africa Conference. A year ago, I did my first presentation on strategic metals, and at that time, issues related to the expanding demand for strategic metals were just beginning to come into focus. Now, a number of years later, there have been many new developments, and these provide increased insight into where the production of strategic metals is headed and what opportunities and challenges lie ahead for Africa. Now, last year, my presentation was based on a study that the Dutch company Metabolic had recently released. Metabolic estimated the type and amount of renewable energy systems that the Netherlands would need to install if it wanted to do its fair share in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Renewable energy technologies like wind generators and solar panels require strategic metals for their production. Metabolic projected that there would have to be a massive increase in the amount of strategic metals available just to supply the estimated increase in new renewable energy systems in the Netherlands alone. Projecting up from the Netherlands alone to the world as a whole suggested that there would need to be a massive increase in strategic metal production. Most of the elements in the periodic table are metals. The only ones that aren't in the lower part of this drawing are those kind of in the upper right corner of the lower portion. When I talk about strategic metals, I'm referring to two types of elements. Most of them are in this area that's pulled out at the top. These are the rare earth elements, and they're often shown as kind of separate from the rest of the periodic table. I often think about them as the ones that I didn't really pay attention to when we were studying chemistry. You didn't really do experiments or lab work with any of these elements, but they are shown at the top of this particular graphic, and they are found in ores in many locations around the world. They're called rare because when they do occur in ores, they make up a very small percentage of those ores, usually less than 10%. That means that we have to go to a lot of trouble, not just to find the ores that contain them, but also to get them out of the ores once we do find them. In addition, they often occur together in ores. More than one of these rare earth elements will be found in the same ore. So we not only need to separate the rare earth elements from the rest of the ore, but we also have to separate them from each other in order to get the ones that we want. There are other elements in the periodic table that are also important for key technologies. These elements are not as hard to find or separate as the rare earth elements, but they are still essential, and they're often found in suitable quantities only in certain places on the globe. I've highlighted a few of them here: lithium, cobalt, and titanium. So when I use the term strategic metals, I'm referring collectively to the rare earth elements at the top and these other elements that are critical for the technologies needed to avoid the worst effects of rapid climate change. In 2018, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change of the United Nations released an updated report on rapid climate change, and that report was frightening. It said that the world could avoid the worst effects of rapid climate change only if it greatly increased both the amount of efforts to reduce emissions of greenhouse gases that were taking place and the pace at which those reductions occurred. Specifically, the IPCC said that the world would have to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by at least 45% by 2030 and would have to be carbon neutral by 2050. Now, almost no countries were on pace to do this, and that report was the motivation for the metabolic study I mentioned earlier. Metabolic wanted to know what kind of expansion in the production of strategic metals would have to occur in order to produce the amount of renewable energy and the technology for that energy needed to avoid the worst effects of rapid climate change. There are two fundamental paths to reducing greenhouse gas emissions. One is behavior, and the other is technology. We have to pursue both of them, but in today's presentation, I'm going to focus only on the technology side of things. These are the technologies that require inputs of strategic metals and that are critical to producing the kinds of reductions in greenhouse gases that the IPCC says we need. Batteries are key components of electric vehicles, and they are also key components of microgrids, those localized renewable electricity energy systems that can serve a neighborhood or a campus or a big factory complex. Wind generators need rare earth elements to maximize the efficiency of the magnets that they turn in order to generate electricity. Solar panels need these elements for coatings. And a host of smart city devices like computers and tablets and smartphones need strategic metals for their manufacture. Unfortunately, these are not the only devices that require strategic metals. Other devices, ranging in size from MRI machines to hearing aids, also require strategic metals. If you add these to the projected demand for wind power, solar power, electric vehicles, microgrids, and smart city technologies, the things we need to do to really tamp down on greenhouse gas emissions, you can easily understand why demand for strategic metals is exploding and will continue to grow in the future. Now, there are 5 ways to meet the growing demand for strategic metals. First, we can find more deposits of the ores containing these metals, and we can dig them up and process them. So, expanded exploration, expanded production, expanded processing. And second, we can improve the efficiency of processing to get more metals out of the ore at lower monetary costs, and hopefully also at a lower environmental cost, because current processing technologies can be dirty. Third, we can recover these metals from products that incorporate them when those products reach the end of their useful lives. Pull out the parts that have the metal and recover the rare earth metals from them. This is sometimes referred to as the circular economy approach, and I'll discuss it a little more further on. And fourth, we can change the final products themselves, the wind generators, the solar cells, the batteries, and so forth, so that they require less strategic metals in order to function. This will be challenging, however, because those metals are used to boost the efficiency of these devices. We will need to provide that efficiency with fewer strategic metal inputs if we're going to reduce the demand for strategic metals. And finally, we can reduce demand for energy itself. Obviously, if we need less energy, then we need less strategic metals. Today, I'm going to focus on the first 3 strategies, which is why they're highlighted here. These are the strategies of greatest immediate consequence for Africa. So let's start with ore production and processing. Where is that happening today? The simple answer is mostly in China, or in mines and processing facilities controlled by China in other countries. This is a rather complicated graphic from the metabolic report that shows sources and uses of rare earth elements. And as you can see, China, which is shown on the upper left side of this graphic, China dominates everyone else. No African countries are even named. They are lumped together in the group on the left called Other, that's underneath China. It wasn't always this way. As this graphic from the US Geological Survey shows, it's not so much that China has a near monopoly on ores containing rare earth elements within its boundaries. It's more that over the past 35 years, China has moved to develop and exploit its own reserves and reserves elsewhere far more than everyone else. The graphic shows that China had no involvement at all with rare earth metals before 1980 and didn't really start into this area until 1985. Since then, however, they have been expanding rapidly relative to every place else, including the United States. And they've not just been doing this within their own borders. They've been investing in strategic metal resources elsewhere, including both mines and processing plants. A note Although Africa was still lumped into the other category in that graphic that I presented from Metabolic last year, it does have a growing rare earth element sector. Two of the mines shown here, the Songwe Hill mine owned by Makango Resources in Malawi and the Gakara project owned by Rainbow Rare Earth in Burundi, were included in my presentation last year. And two more projects, both in Malawi, have been under development since then, the Altona Energy and the Akatswiri Rare Earth projects. Another project that I did not include in last year's presentation is the Steenkampskraal mine in South Africa. Now, this is not a new mine. It's been operating for years, but it has not until recently been producing rare earth metals. Rather, it was operating as a thorium mine, supplying the radioactive element to nuclear power plants that use a thorium fuel cycle, like in France, as opposed to the uranium fuel cycle we use in the United States. Recently, however, they discovered that the mill tailings, in effect the waste that was left over after the thorium was removed from their ore, contained surprisingly high concentrations of rare earth metals, as did the as yet unexploited portion of the mine soils themselves. And by high, I mean roughly twice as high in concentration as any place else on Earth. It's still below 10%, but everything in this industry is relative. 7% is a lot better than 3.5%. Steenkampskraal is poised to become a major player in rare earth element production. Africa also has one asset that is unique in the world of rare earth metals, the Ol Doinyo Lengal volcano in Tanzania. This is an active volcano, and it's the only active volcano in the world that expels a material called nitrocarbonatite, which contains some of the rare earth elements. Nitrocarbonatite is also found around extinct volcanoes, including nearby in Tanzania, but that amount is limited. This volcano is the only one in the world that is adding to the world supply, and it is a resource unique to Africa. I should add that outside of the rare earth elements, two countries in Africa have major supplies of other strategic metals. 90% of cobalt currently comes from the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and 35% of bauxite, which is used to produce aluminum, also comes from Guinea. Now, Africa is not the only place where rare earth elements can occur. They can also occur in other continents, in other countries, and in the US there are several projects that we need to pay attention to. One of these is NioCorp's Elk Creek project in Nebraska. It contains North America's only manufacturing facility for niobium, scandium, and titanium that is co-located with an underground mine. So in other words, the processing facility is co-located with the mine, which really provides some nice vertical integration and some cost savings. The Bear Lodge project of rare earth resources in Northeast Wyoming is also producing rare earth elements, and it's close to I-90, which facilitates shipment. Ucore Rare Metals is developing a mine at the Bocan-Dotson Ridge in Alaska that they say has one of the largest loads of rare earth elements in North America. I don't believe that these projects elsewhere necessarily undermine the strategic metal opportunities in Africa. Per the metabolic study, demand for strategic metals will be so large that these new projects in North America, Africa, and elsewhere can all thrive. But it's still good to be aware of what the competition is doing outside of Africa. We need to keep in mind, however, that there is more to satisfying the exploding demand for strategic metals than just digging up the ore. The ore needs to be processed. A company called USA Rare Earth is starting to do both. It is developing the Round Top mine near El Paso, which you can see on the right here, and a new pilot processing plant outside of Denver in Arvada. Interstate 25 connects these two. Round Top contains 16 of the 17 rare earth elements and has a projected mine life of over 130 years, and it can be shipped straight up to Arvada for processing on I-25. To compete with an entity like USA Rare Earth, Africa will need to develop processing capacity similar to what USA Rare Earth is doing in Nevada. It's possible that someplace like Steenkampskral could partner with a company like USA Rare Earth to place a processing facility near its mine in South Africa. This could occur through an outright investment or through a licensing arrangement. One other technology of competitive interest to Africa is the recovery of strategic metals from the finished products that have reached the end of their useful lives. I mentioned that rare earth elements are used to improve the efficiency of the magnets used in wind generators. The wind energy industry is now old enough that some generators are being taken out of service for reasons unrelated to their magnets. The Urban Mining Company in the United States has developed a process to recover one of those elements, neodymium, from the magnets used in those old wind generators. Now, if the cost of pulling those magnets out and recycling the rare earth metals turns out to be lower than the cost of digging up and processing new ores, recycling can become competitive with mines. One way to reduce the cost of this recovery and recycling is to embody circularity in the initial manufacturing process. So when you do that, new products would be designed so that it would be easier to remove and process potentially recyclable materials once the products reach the end of their useful lives. Re-engineering for circularity can provide substantial long-term benefits and may even be cost competitive with mining and processing. Academia in Africa could play a major role in enhancing African competitiveness in the growing strategic metals economy. One key player could be the School of Mining Engineering at the University of Witwatersrand in Johannesburg, South Africa. This is already one of the top-ranked engineering schools in the world. I've seen it in the top 20. It's on a par with schools like the Colorado School of Mines near Denver. And as you can see here, faculty at Witwatersrand are already engaged in research needed to advance the efficiency of rare earth element extraction processes. Research could also be extended to the circular economy designs that I mentioned earlier, and to the financing elements needed to address the challenges of attracting investment in these new technologies to Africa. Africa universities have a key role to play in the advancement of the strategic metal industry on that continent, a role that they have already begun to play and that makes me very enthusiastic about what the future may hold. I believe that there will now be an opportunity for questions as I finish my presentation. So if you have any questions and we can't get to your question today, please feel free to contact me directly. My contact information is shown on this slide. I'd like to thank you for your attention today, and I will stop sharing my screen and appreciate any questions that you may now have.
Every faculty has inspired me. They've inspired me to pursue more, and they inspire us like in the classroom to really think more, think critically, and also aspire for more.
It's really awesome to be here. It didn't even feel like school, it just felt like a journey. This was an amazing program. It was very reflective. It was eye-opening. I feel like I grew so much.
Just the Regis experience as a whole, I've loved it. I'm going into a very technical field that I can make a really big impact in and honestly change the world.
So good day. I'm David Owens. I'd like to talk with you about events that are taking place in Puerto Rico. 2 years ago, actually in September of 2017, Puerto Rico experienced two major hurricanes, Hurricane Irma and Hurricane Maria. And those hurricanes devastated the electric system. And I retired from an organization called Edison Electric Institute in June of 2017. And many of my responsibilities dealt with storm restoration, helping to bring back electric system reliability to customers. So I was called to go to Puerto Rico and to help restore electricity. So for several months, many of the residents of the island of Puerto Rico were without electricity. Many, many months. I was given the responsibility, among other things, not only to help restore electricity, but also to look at the entire electric system and to find a way to modernize the electric system. I was asked to be the chair of a group called the Transformation Advisory Committee to advise the government of Puerto Rico as well as the utility that serves Puerto Rico. That utility is called the Puerto Rico Electric Power Authority, or PREPA. During that period, I assembled a team of 9 experts to assist my efforts. I assembled a team which included retired chief executive officers. I assembled a team which included people that lived in Hawaii, because Hawaii is an island. They had many similar attributes as Puerto Rico. I assembled a team of people that knew how to organize markets, people that knew how to build transmission systems, people that knew how to bring in renewables, a very, very diverse team of energy experts to try to advise the Puerto Rican government how they could rebuild the electric system. So let's fast forward. It took over 9 months for electricity to be restored to all consumers. Puerto Rico electric system is a municipality, so it's subject to the rules of FEMA, the Federal Energy Management Association. So that meant that the damage that was done by the hurricanes, elements of that damage could be paid for by the federal government. And so I was asked 2 years later to be on the board of the utility. Right now, I am the vice chair of the board of the utility. Let me fast forward and tell you what we're trying to do, because I think much of this applies to what's taking place in Africa. So we assessed the damage to the system and concluded it is an archaic grid. The grid needs to be rebuilt so it's more reliable, more resilient, and we need to be able to integrate clean energy. And the grid needs to be not only made more reliable, more resilient, and accommodating clean energy, the grid needed to be able to withstand a Category 4 storm. In other words, a hurricane of 140-mile-per-hour winds. The grid also needed to be one that would encourage economic development. A grid that would encourage industries to locate in Puerto Rico because they knew they had reliable and resilient energy. So that's what we're in the process of doing. So let's look at where we are today and look at what we're trying to do. So one key element is to understand what the power supply of Puerto Rico looks like. It was predominantly oil. The power plants were very old. The grid is very old and dilapidated, old equipment. The grid does not have any resiliency. So it was decided, let's ask the federal government through FEMA to pay us for the damage that was caused on the grid. And let's have a third party come in and help rebuild the electric grid. Because the electric grid is the fabric of the industry. It's the fabric. It's the element that helps promote economic development. If you have a strong and resilient grid, you can locate businesses. And so we said, let's get a concessionaire. Let's get a third party that has experience in building grids. So we reached out. We solicited, we finally made a decision of who could help out in rebuilding the electric grid. We call that a concessionaire, a third party. So a company called Luma was created. It includes 3 independent companies that formed a partnership. This partnership called Luma includes 2 Canadian companies, ATCO and Qantas. And they know how to build electric grids, and they know how to operate electric grids. And then they added a 3rd company called INCO to help us with our storm restoration. So right now we're in the midst. Luma has a 15-year contract with Puerto Rico to rebuild the electric grid, to help us with our storm recovery and resilience. And a month and a half ago, the federal government agreed to pay part of the costs. So today we are receiving $10.7 billion from the federal government through FEMA to rebuild the electric system in Puerto Rico. Now, what is the plan for this electric system? How will it look? What will be the implications of costs? There's one major thing I forgot to tell you. Puerto Rico's bankrupt. The utility is bankrupt. So right now we're in the courts trying to settle, trying to get out of bankruptcy, trying to decide what the bondholders, the people that hold the assets, what they will be paid. So there's a big court case under Title III to kind of resolve that element. But despite that court case to get us out of bankruptcy, we have to proceed with rebuilding the electric system. And that's what we are doing. So what will this electric system look like that we're rebuilding? And it's going to be a prime example, in my view, of things that have to be done in Africa and in many islands throughout the world. Well, we're going to move off oil and we're going to move to renewables. Clean energy, critically important. What else are we going to do? Well, we have an integrated resource plan that's been approved by the commissions. And that integrated resource plan presumes that we're going to put a lot of investment in solar energy over the next 10 years. We're going to move from oil to renewables, but you need to transition. That means that we're going to have to rely on natural gas and to transition from oil to renewables. We're going to build 7 microgrids. 7 microgrids. And those microgrids will have as a predominant source of energy renewables, with battery backup as well as with natural gas backup. That's very different than what we have today. We're going to modernize the grid through those microgrids, and we're going to move to digital technologies. Rather than mechanical technologies, we're going to move to digital technologies. And then we're going to interface better with the customer. How do we do that? Put in smart meters with AMI. In other words, there is a two-way communication between the customer and the utility. Wow, that's quite a bit that you're going to try to do. So we're putting together a 10-year plan that we are filing with FEMA. And that 10-year plan, so we can begin to get to $10 billion plus, is got to be filed by mid-December. And that 10-year plan, which also has to be filed with the commission, with the Energy Commission, will incorporate many of the things that I'm saying. It will seek to rebuild the grid. It will seek to create these microgrids. It will seek to create a corridor around the grid around the island so that the grid is much more robust, much stronger. So you have these microgrids, and then it'll be a hub and spoke. You have the outer part being a very strong 230,000 volt system with sub-transmission, 38 kV and above, and with distribution facilities. That comprises the overall microgrid. And then we're going to insure businesses. We're going to partner with the communities. We're going to partner with our large industrial customers. We're going to partner with the commercial customers. And we're going to have an ongoing partnership with our residential consumers. We're going to encourage our residential consumers to build their own rooftop solar facilities. So the customer will also have the opportunity to lower their energy costs. We're going to have battery backup. So right now we have a plan. So today, if you look at the island of Puerto Rico, we have roughly 350 megawatts of renewable generation. That's wind, some hydro, and some solar. The plan that we have filed with the Commission anticipates that we will add a certain amount of renewable generation every single year. So over a 6-year period, we can achieve a goal of 3,600 megawatts of renewables. Let me put that in perspective. If you look at our current power supply, it's approximately 1,400 megawatts. So I'm saying to you, okay, right now, 40% of that 1,400 megawatts is oil. So we're going to move off of oil, and we're going to move increasingly to renewables. And the first year, our goal is to have 750 megawatts of renewable. In year 2, we will add an additional 400 megawatts. And every year, we will seek to do that. How do we do this? We will go out and we will solicit competitively. We will ask developers to come to the island and to bid, to offer to build solar and other renewable resources on the island. We know too that if you're building a renewable resource, it's got to be connected to the grid. That's when I spoke to microgrids. So there are 3 costs. There's the cost of the solar facility. There's the cost to interconnect the solar facility. And then there's the cost to make sure that that solar facility is resilient. Those are called minimum technical requirements. So we've got to make sure that we can do all of that. For an island that's relied on base load oil-fired power plants, to one we're moving from centralization to decentralization. In fact, if you look all across the United States, you look in Africa, you look all throughout the globe, there is increased decentralization of power supply. But that main grid is still needed. You need that main grid to provide continuous reliability and resiliency. I believe that if we are successful, and I know we're going to be successful, if we're able, through LUMA, the concessionaire, who is rebuilding the grid, who's making it stronger, who will operate the grid, that we'll have a better system. What will the utility look like? What will the utility in Puerto Rico look like? Today, it is a vertically integrated utility. Generation, transmission, and distribution, all work under a single entity. In the future, we'll have a grid co, and that's primarily what I was just describing. We'll have a genco, a company that owns all of the power supply. We'll have legacy power plants that we will be transitioning from oil. We also have one coal-fired plant, from oil and coal, from fossil energy, increasingly to renewables. That will be our genco. We'll have a servco. The servco will provide service to customers. We'll do billing, we'll do storm restoration, we'll do all those things that the traditional utility has done with the retail customer. And then we'll have a holdco. So there'll be the holdco, which is the parent, and under the parent will be a genco, a transco, and a servco. And there will be arrangements between the gridco and the genco. There will be arrangements and oversight by the holdco. And the holdco will be subject to the oversight of the utility commission. So if the genco is building more power supply, that has an impact on rates. So that's subject to the commission. If the transmission company or the gridco requires new investment outside of the flow of funds from FEMA, they would have to as well go before the commission. And if the customer, if you're seeking to put smart meters in for the customer, you're seeking to do things behind the meter, you're seeking to do things in front of the meter in the distribution system, that also could potentially have an impact on rates. That also will be subject to the commission. So let's fast forward. 10 years from now, what do I see? I see an electric system in Puerto Rico that has a very smart grid, a grid that is digitized, a grid that has customers that have smart meters, so you can always understand what customers are without electric service. I see a grid that has state-of-the-art technology with respect to the elements of the grid. Everything is digitized. Smart substations, okay? I see an electric system that has renewable generation, clean energy generation to reduce the carbon footprint. I also see a grid that can accommodate electric vehicles. A grid that would encourage customers to put on rooftop solar and to sell energy back to the grid. I see a grid that has a partnership with industrial and commercial customers, where if industrial and commercial customers have their own power supply, then there's an interdependency that you can rely on those facilities of the industrial or commercial customer when you have a hurricane or an earthquake, or if there's some type of disruption, where you can create a partnership where you give them credits if you're relying on their sources that are synchronized to your sources. I see a grid that creates confidence that there's resiliency. If there's a storm, and there are many storms that take place in Puerto Rico and many earthquakes, that you limit the disruption through the microgrids, that the whole island doesn't go down, that portions of the island are impacted. Well, let's take this model and let's just envision this in Africa. Envision that you're trying to not only have clean energy, but you're also trying to transport that clean energy to other parts of Africa. That means you need a strong and resilient distribution system and a strong and resilient transmission system. In Africa, there's an evolution of a lot of independent power producers. In Puerto Rico, there will be independent power producers through the GenCo. The question becomes, how do you integrate those independent power producers into the overall network so that you can have resilience, reliability, and economic growth? That's really my vital point. How do you make sure customers have electricity and the electricity is unimpeded? It's there 24/7, even in the instance of a storm, where you can recover very, very quickly by having energy storage. Because we know that renewables are weather dependent. So when it rains or the sun isn't shining, those solar facilities that we're putting in, they're not going to work unless you have battery backup and unless you have natural gas backup. Because you've got to ensure the customer that they're going to have reliability, significant reliability, and that your system has significant resilience. And that's what we have to achieve in Africa. We have to design our systems. And you can start out with microgrids that have a robust distribution system, a smart distribution system, with solar energy, with battery backup, where you can evolve and create confidence, and you can help stimulate economic development. I'm a strong believer that this model that we are, let me say not model, this significant effort that we have underway in Puerto Rico to rebuild the electric system will be a model for the entire world. I'm that confident that we can get it done. Obviously, there's stages of development that you have to go through. And I mentioned what some of those stages are. Having a plan. And having that plan rooted in have it rooted in 5 key principles. Reliability, resilience, clean energy, customer focus, and economic development. That's very, very important. And that's really what we're doing in Puerto Rico. Africa has similar goals, and they can revolve around these same principles. Reliability, resilience, clean energy, customer focus, and economic development. I hope this brief discussion about the important work I'm trying to do in Puerto Rico and the analogy that I can make to how things can be as similarly accomplished in Africa are helpful. And I hope in a year or now, I can report back to you and say things are working out well. We're out of bankruptcy, rates are coming down, and the system is being rebuilt to be reliable, resilient, and cleaner. Thank you for your time and attention.
Welcome to Energy Africa Conference. a conference that is designed to discuss issues pertaining to how we can lighten up our Africa. My name is Ambassador Arikana Chihombori Kwao. I'm the former African Union Ambassador to the United States. I'm also the founder of African Diaspora Development Institute, an entity that is designed to be the bridge between the children of Africa around the globe and the motherland, Africa. We're here today to discuss issues pertaining to how we can lighten up our beloved Mother Africa. As you are all aware, about 40% of Africans have access to power. The remainder of the 60% of the Africans still do not have access to power. Naturally, as we are talking about developing our beloved continent, everything to do with economic development starts with access to power. Without access to power, our ability to develop our beloved continent is going to be very, very limited. Now, you'll have to understand the conditions on the ground. Because of the brain drain that has occurred over the past 400 years, starting with the children of Africa who were taken out of Africa as slaves, followed by those who left Africa more recently in search of greener pastures, others running away from wars and famine. The end result is the capacity that we need, the intellectual capacity that is needed to build the Africa that we want, to build a sustainable Africa, is in the diaspora. While we have a lot of intellectuals on the continent, they simply are not enough to meet the needs. This is a humongous continent with a lot of needs. Let's make no mistake about this. The African diaspora are an integral part of Africa's development. Without the African diaspora, Africa cannot be built in a sustainable way. Let's be clear. For practical purposes, for those who may not be quite aware of what is going on the ground, there are more Ghanaian doctors in New York City than in the entire country of Ghana. How then do we develop the healthcare systems of Ghana if the individuals, the doctors, the healthcare professionals who are needed to build this sector are in the diaspora? The same is true in every African country. The same is true with every sector. And energy is no exception. My brothers and sisters in the diaspora, while Africa is very rich in natural resources, including gold, others would like to call us, children of Africa in the diaspora, Africa's true gold. You are needed back home, particularly in the environment of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Its implementation is going to begin in 2021. If we do not come together as children of Africa and unite to join our brothers and sisters on the continent, others who were not born on the continent, others who are not inheritors of this beloved continent, are more than happy to move in and build Africa for us. This is a new day. This is a new moment. Africa belongs to the children of Africa. We have a responsibility to protect Africa. We have a responsibility to protect the inheritance that belongs not only to us, but to our children and generations to come. The children of Africa, we're asking you to come together and unite. And that is precisely what African Diaspora Development Institute is all about. The reason this conference is being held is so the children of Africa and friends of Africa can come together and see how we can unite and bring access to power to as many Africans as we can. Because the reality is, the organizers of this conference, the leadership of Africa, they're very clear that without access to power, we're going to be severely limited in our ability to develop our economies throughout the continent. Question then becomes, where do we go from here? We do not have the financial muscle as African diaspora, and yet we are very able, intellectually and otherwise, to build the Africa that we want. Now, financial resources, as individuals, we may be poor, but collectively we are extremely rich. What is needed is for us to have a serious conversation with the image in the mirror. Let's understand that all of us are suffering from the legacy of slavery and the legacy of colonization. It's about time that we heal ourselves of these two ailments. For until we are healed, our ability to unite, just like other ethnic groups have done in this country, are going to be limited. Let's learn from those around us, our neighbors, our friends. Ask for the voices of the Indian diaspora loud and clear, the Chinese, the Irish, the German Americans, the Italian Americans, the Jews. They come together and speak with one voice when it comes to issues pertaining to their race, pertaining to their ethnic group. We're the only ones as Black people who are struggling to unite for the purposes of building the Africa that we want. Well, game is over, my brothers and sisters. Africa is calling. The African Continental Free Trade Area needs you to come in and be part of what is going on in Africa. Be part of the vibrancy that is going on in Africa. I'm looking forward to participating and listening in to the deliberations that are going to take place during this conference. Energy is what it's all about. Energy is where it's at. Without energy, there cannot be an economic development. Without energy, there cannot be any industrialization in any way, shape, or form. Without energy, we cannot develop our manufacturing sector. So it is, my brothers and sisters, let's be clear. Access to power is level 1 of economic development. The deliberations from today should take us to the next step of how we can come together and focus on bringing energy to Africa. Let me also make one thing clear. As diaspora, we live here abroad, in the Americas, in Europe, in China, and many other places around the globe. We need to come together and partner with the relationships that we have created wherever we reside. There are many companies, many organizations that are in power. There are people who are retired, still very able to deliver and make a difference in the world. Let's create those necessary relationships that we have built in the various parts of the world where we live. Let's collaborate. Let's engage our brothers and sisters on the continent. Let's create those relationships that are needed in order for us to build the Africa that we want. For example, on the 8th of November, the government of Tanzania, through the private sector, are sending us a list of all the low-hanging fruits, what they are calling international projects, that we as diaspora can bring in our friends and collaborators and partners that we are working with currently. Let's look at how we can come together and invest in Tanzania. November 8th, please come and listen to what Tanzania has to offer. The following day, November 9th, Zambia is going to be giving us and sharing with us the opportunities that are there in Zambia. We're going to be lining up African countries to share with us the opportunities that are lying back home in Africa, waiting for us to create those relationships. It's about collaboration. It's about developing a strong African private sector. It is what is needed for us to build a prosperous, peaceful, and sustainable Africa. The responsibility of building the Africa that we want is ours and ours alone. Let's own it. Let's own our Africa, the good, the bad, and the ugly. But at the end of the day, the building of a sustainable Africa belongs to the children of Africa. Let's own our Africa. Let's unite as African diaspora. Let's join hands with our brothers and sisters and friends that we have accumulated, relationships that we have created over the many decades that we have lived abroad. Let's all join hands and go home to the motherland, the mother of all nations, the mother of all races, the continent where life began. Let's all come together, regardless of the color of your skin. Remember, life began in Africa. When it's all said and done, we are all African. Allow me to take a moment to thank the organizers for putting together such a wonderful program. This is exactly what we need. We need more of these programs. Please visit our addi.org. We are also going to be listing more and more conferences that we're putting together, presenters from the continent who are going to share with you all the low-level hanging fruits that you all can participate in, including projects in energy throughout the continent. So please go to our ADDI. Let's continue to network. Let's continue to support each other. This is exactly what this moment is calling for. Thank you.
Welcome to the Energy Africa Conference. Today's guest is Helen El-Malik, and her fireside chat is about untapped opportunities in the clean tech and clean energy sectors in Africa. Helen is the executive director of the Colorado Clean Tech Industries Association. She is the managing editor of the Journal of Energy and Development. She has extensive nonprofit management expertise in the global sustainability issues, Colorado Clean Tech natural resource management, and stakeholder engagement. She has served as the director of a Colorado-based research and sustainable development nonprofit and has broad business and public sector ties at the local, national, and international levels. Helen holds an MBA from Rice University, a master's degree in regional studies of the Middle East from Harvard University, and an undergraduate degrees from the University of California, Los Angeles in economics and international area studies. Today, welcome aboard, Helen El-Malik.
Thank you so much for that introduction, and I'm very pleased to be with you today for our fireside chat.
Thank you. Today we're going to be discussing your role as the CIA. What are the clean energy opportunities in Africa?
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, because two of the most exciting things that we see developing in the African energy sector is, first off, that obviously the continent has huge renewable energy potential. And at Colorado Clean Tech Industry Association, we do follow the trends in global clean tech energy. The second thing that's very important is that the pricing on technology, particularly for renewables, is really dropping. And what that means for the African energy sector is that we're looking at a situation where, with the prices declining on things like solar and wind, there's a lot more opportunity for access to universal power and a better electricity delivery.
Wonderful. Tell us more about some of the clean energy success stories in Africa.
One of the things that is really exciting is to see how many African nations are changing their policies to embrace renewables. Clearly, solar is a really big opportunity in Africa. We see a lot of development in solar, not only in sub-Saharan Africa, but in North Africa. And what we see, for example, is development of off-grid and mini solar grids in countries such as in North Africa, in countries like Egypt, Algeria, Tunisia, and Morocco. In sub-Saharan Africa, we have many examples of massive investments that are being made in renewables. South Africa, for example, is investing billions of dollars, and it is a success story. It's taking some time, but we're seeing really some great outcomes there. In addition, we see a lot of work going on in addressing the rural energy gaps, and that is significant. So we're seeing that in Ghana, Cameroon, Kenya has been a huge leader, not only in solar, but in wind and geothermal. Other success stories we see in Nigeria and Zambia. So we're very excited about the renewables. But I should also say that it's not just renewable energy that we need to focus on in Africa as a success story. One of the biggest challenges is that much of Africa, about 50% of Africans do not have access to reliable electricity. And of that 50%, almost 90% of those are living in rural areas. What does that mean? Well, it means that they don't have access to the grid. And so one of the big things we're looking for in success stories is how are we able to provide rural Africans with greater access to the grid?
Wonderful. Thank you. What are some of those key success factors in businesses in clean tech energy right now?
Well, I'm glad you asked this question because one of the greatest challenges we have faced in Africa and in many countries around the world, for that matter, in terms of renewable and clean tech distribution, has been that what we learn are the biggest success factors or what we've learned from our failures. During the 1990s and early 2000s, we saw that about 90% of renewable energy projects that were paid for by multilateral banks resulted in failures. And what we learned from that 90% failure rate was that there were certain factors that were important across all countries, but are particularly relevant for the African context. So first and foremost, one of the things is we have to utilize the right technologies that are going to fit the countries. In the case of Africa, we have 46 nations, and they are very diverse. They have diverse populations, diverse needs, diverse resources, and diverse geography. And so we really want to make sure, first and foremost, that we're putting the right technologies in. The second most important factor is we need to co-create these projects with stakeholders. In other words, we can't just impose clean tech projects without asking the local community what their thoughts are. And the third most important factor is having the right partners. And if you don't have the right partners in the region, you can pretty much forget it because it's not going to be successful to implement clean tech projects. So those are our three takeaways. Has to be the right technology. You have to have stakeholder engagement and coordination along with buy-in, and you have to have the right partners.
Thank you, Helen. What have been some of the obstacles to clean tech energy project implementation in the past, and how are these being addressed today?
Well, these are pretty daunting obstacles that we have for renewable energy, and particularly the cost of transitioning. As I said before, about half of the population in Africa is not having access to power and electricity. Now, we know that the United Nations has marked access to clean and affordable and modern electricity as one of its top developmental goals and sustainability goals. Yet the cost of implementing this has been very, very expensive. And it's estimated that we'll need an additional $120 billion worth of investment to get access to these sources that are cleaner and more reliable. Right now in Africa, in addition to the fact that you need massive investments, we have the issue of making sure that the policies that the individual countries are pursuing are aligned with getting access to energy. Now, in Africa, there has been a problem, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa, in that the policies have very much favored energy that is delivered in the urban settings. And the rural settings, as I said, about 87% of rural sub-Saharan Africans do not have access to reliable and clean energy sources. So we're using a lot of biomass. So really bridging the urban-rural divide is another challenge. Another obstacle that we face in Africa is that we have a very young population and a growing population. So that means that demand is outpacing supply. So this puts a number of countries in a really difficult situation in attempting to address it. So one of the things that we're looking at is how do we increase financing that is creative and that embraces both public sector and private sector partnerships to bring together solutions. And I think these are challenges, but I think they can be met.
And our final question right now, we can sit here all day in this such amazing information right now. What are some of the future trends that you see developing for increased investments in Africa and clean energy sector?
Well, I think it's very exciting time right now for the African clean energy sector, because one of the biggest trends is that as global prices and technology, those barriers begin to fall, access to clean tech and clean energy solutions such as mini-grid and off-grids will become much more available. And there's another important factor, which is that this will help in dealing with climate change. One of the challenges is that Africa as a continent produces very little in terms of global greenhouse gases. Yet many nations are being adversely affected by climate change, and it's very hard in terms of the resiliency, particularly for those in the rural community. But what I'm very excited about is with changes in technology and declines in pricing, many, many more Africans will now have access to a number of newer, cleaner technologies that will improve the economic and socioeconomic well-being of the population. I'll give you one example. The costs of off-grid solar home systems have now fallen to an average of $51 a year for sub-Saharan African nations. Why is that number important? Well, it's important because that means that these solar home systems are going to be cheaper than citizens using kerosene, which costs an average of $56 a year. And so what we see is that as these things such as solar home system installations are more readily available, a number more people will be able to have access to that. And these are really, really important trends. Additionally, we also see that as countries are doing new utility scale renewable projects, there's key learnings that we're developing across the region, and they can be applied from country to country. Now, that doesn't mean that one country has everything solved, but these are going to be case studies and we can learn from that. Additionally, another trend that I think is going to be very important for cleaner energy is the use of natural gas in the African continent. Now, while natural gas is used a lot in North Africa, in sub-Saharan Africa, natural gas only accounts for 5% of the energy mix. As we've recently seen in Africa, there's been a large number of discoveries of natural gas in countries such as Mozambique and Tanzania. And what that means is that natural gas, which is cleaner burning than biomass, can be used to help address some of the gaps. But again, we're hoping that we can address these financing problems so that we can get some of these larger scale projects developed.
Wonderful, wonderful. Helen, thank you so much for your time and your wonderful insights. We're looking forward to connecting soon.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you today. I appreciate it.
Medical and Technology City is a $2 billion sustainable metropolis centered around a state-of-the-art medical and technology complex located within Butere Sub-County, Kakamega County in the Republic of Kenya. Construction began in 2014 and will be complete in December 2020. It comprises of 5 districts being built in 3 phases. Phases 1 and 2 are complete and Phases 3 is 40% complete. The first district is the Plaza District, which has the mall, a supermarket, Hampton's Cafe Bed and Breakfast, private residential homes, and a 5,000-bed Hampton Hospital, which will treat 12,000 patients per day when fully completed in the year 2020. The second district is the Airport District, which comprises of a convention center, a 35-acre Disney-style water park, and a private international airport, all connected to the 5,000-bed Hamptons Hospital via cable car system. The third district is the Grid District, and true to its name, it forms a grid along 3 kilometers of the boulevard between 1st Street and 12th Street and is organized with the natural, greenery as well as appointed homes. The fourth district is the Golf District, which hosts the 36-hole Hamptons Championship Golf Course, the largest in Africa, as well as 4,800 homes for doctors, nurses, and other residents of the city. The fifth district is the Industrial District, which has the 144 megawatts waste-to-energy power plant that will convert all hospital and municipal solid waste into clean renewable power. By the end of 2020, the city is expected to be the second largest city in Kenya. Mwale Medical and Technology City, where vision and opportunity meets success.
Yes, my name is Julius Mwale. I'm the principal at Mwale Medical and Technology City. It's a $2 billion metropolis in Western Kenya. It began construction in 2014, and then it's going to finish in 2 months in 2020. So far, we've done 3 phases. Phase 1 began with building a supermarket, mall, 200,000 square feet mall, 100,000 square feet of private residences, and over 150, solar street lights. And then we went to phase 2 in 2016. Which encompassed the 5,000-bed Hamptons Hospital, plus, the 150 kilometers of roads and another 3,000 solar streetlights and the acquisition of 5,000 acres of land. And then currently we're doing phase 3, which has the energy sector. We have 200 megawatts of power that is under development in the city. 50 megawatt of that is solar power, and then another 144 megawatt is waste to energy gasification, power plant. And we're expecting the power section of the city to be completed, early next year, to be able to launch the city and run the airport, 4,800 residences. We're going to be running also a golf course, which is already almost complete, 80% complete at the moment. It's the 36 hole Hamptons golf course built with 4,800 homes, around it. And then there's an industrial sector, which is a much bigger one that has this 144 megawatt power supply technology park, that is going to use artificial intelligence together with a Kenyan, opportunity hub. In June 2020, we expanded and opened Tuekon City in Senegal. So in Senegal, what we're doing with SAPCO, a government agency for tourism, and an investor there, Acorn, we are building a $6 billion city, breaking ground in January of next year. We are going to have 144 megawatt waste to power plant, to be implemented starting, in June of 2021. And of course, we're expecting to finish that by the end of 2029, when the entire $6 billion city is completed. In that city, as it is in MMTC, we have the hospital, Hamptons Hospital, which we own and we've built in Hamptons Hospital. We're going to take it to Tuekon City. It will have 1,800 beds in Econ City, consume over 22 megawatts of power, in 28 different departments, including, medical school. And then, of course, we have a big tourism and entertainment sector of that city, of Econ City, that will also consume tremendous amount of power. We are adding 64 megawatt, solar power to Econ City, and 15 megawatt that is thermal, running on diesel to generate that. So these two cities, East Africa, it's Mwale Medical and Technology City, a $2 billion city, 95% complete now, expected to be fully complete by the end of this year. It's been operational since 2016, and right now has about 8,000 workers, expected to have 20,000 workers towards the end of next year. It is 100% green, runs on green energy, 3,000 solar street lights, lighting the city. Right now we are running on megawatts of solar, we're upgrading 10 megawatts, but the solar is going to go to 50 megawatts, by the end of next year. And then in addition to 144 megawatts, waste energy power plants. So most of these power plants are funded through the PPA, and we have private, money, private funding for the power plants. And then, of course, we have also some of the government funds, like the OPIC, the DFC, the Development Finance Corporation for the United States government, that is involved in funding the 144 megawatt, both in Econ City and in Mwale Medical and Technology City. So we're expecting to be the drivers of green energy in Africa. So we're expecting to be the drivers of green energy in Africa and follow what the governments in the region have already set the pace on. Specifically in Kenya, by 2023, the government has basically put up 100% renewable energy production within the country. If you are hitting anything, any kind of water over 160 liters, you have to use solar power or green energy. If you don't do that, you'll be penalized for that. So, these government policies, plus having universal, electricity, like in Kenya 2022, 100% universal power within all the country. Right now, they're at 70% at the end of 2020. So we're expecting the demand for power in Africa to rise, but the focus is on green power for both Mwale Medical and Technology City and for Econ City in West Africa and Senegal. So we're serving 400 million people in Eastern Central Africa. We'll move to West Africa to do 400 million people there. Thank you very much again for having us this year.
We're looking at Econ City as to become the beginning of Africa's future. And our idea is to build a futuristic city that incorporates all the latest technologies, cryptocurrencies, and also the future of how African society should become in the future. And it's something that they don't have to fear, and they also have a choice.
It's become its own thing. It's a movement. People are excited about the cultural aspect of it.
When this project came about, it was actually before the movie. But when the movie came, it almost was like a blessing. It's almost like God allowed this movie to be successful for me to be compared to such success, to give people that mind state that this could be possible in Africa. And it also motivated us too when we were creating the city from an architectural standpoint, that it has to feel and it has to be futuristic.
La cérémonie qui nous réunit ce matin est l'aboutissement d'un processus d'engagement et de confiance pour le Sénégal. Dans un moment, dans un contexte où l'investissement privé national et international se fait rare. Donc ICON, vous avez décidé de venir au Sénégal, investir 6 milliards de dollars dans les 10 prochaines années au moment où la COVID-19 a semé le doute partout sur la planète. Bravo.
Welcome, participants of the Energy Africa Conference, to this panel, Women in Energy. I'm your moderator, Amanda Fong. I work for Power Africa, and I am the team lead of our private sector engagement team. But this panel is not about Power Africa, so I'm not going to talk about it now. You'll hear more about it in another part of the conference. First of all, I'd like to start off by thanking conference organizer, Dr. Luca Pawanga, for his insistence that women in African energy be included as part of this conference. We all know that women are grossly underrepresented in the energy sectors across the continent, but we are there and we are contributing significant roles to every single energy sector in Africa. We also know that investors from Warren Buffett to Goldman Sachs are calling on businesses and other investors to change their strategies, citing the significantly better performance of businesses with women in leadership. So with that said, today we're going to try and bring you the same energy and enthusiasm that you'll enjoy, that we normally enjoy in face-to-face conferences in this virtual setting. However, even though we are missing meeting together in person, there is a huge benefit to having a virtual meeting, which is that we get to hear voices that we normally don't get to hear. And today's panel is the epitome of this. You're about to meet 4 incredible women coming to us from 3 African countries, working in a variety of roles in African energy markets. However, we're going to highlight the work that they're doing to create networks and opportunities for women in each country. So let's get started. What I'm going to do is I'm a position she has held for 4 years. Claire has over 10 years of experience working in the clean energy sector around the world. Before coming to Rwanda, she worked in Germany, the UK, and China on a variety of private sector and government institutions. She has a master's degree in environmental policy and regulation from the London School of Economics and Political Science, and a bachelor's degree in international relations from Wellesley College. Great. Claire, would you please share your story with us? And I'll control the slides. Please let me know when you'd like to move on.
Great. Thank you so much, Amanda. And thank you so much to the organizers of the Energy Africa Conference for inviting me to be part of this amazing panel and for getting to tell you a little bit about my experience working with women in energy. It's a huge honor to be with these other women on the panel, and I'll try to keep my remarks very brief so you can spend more time listening to what they have to say. But I would just like to start out our panel by giving you a brief introduction to the Women in Rwandan Energy Initiative, which I spearheaded last year and I'm helping to run with my colleagues here. And so really WIRE started early last year after doing a lot of thinking about what I was doing with Power Africa here in Kigali, where I've been for 4 years, as Amanda said. Traditionally, you know, we focused mainly on increasing access to energy and the supply of energy, and didn't really spend too much time thinking about gender and the role that women had to play in the sector. But early last year, I was invited to speak on a panel, much like this one, actually, and about the role of women in the sector. And I realized that I didn't really have much to say about it. I didn't have much experience. I didn't have many ideas about what could be done to kind of bring in gender equality into the sector. And it really got me thinking that there was a lot to be done in Rwanda. As a woman working here, I knew that, you know, women were vastly underrepresented across companies and in government institutions. But I also knew that Rwanda is actually a gender leader. I'm not sure that many people know this about the country, but more than 60% of the parliament is made up of women. Cabinet is also roughly 50-50 male-female. And there are many institutions here that have been created with the specific intent of increasing the role of women across the economy, including the energy sector. But progress on the ground lags those ambitious targets. And so I saw a huge desire to do something about that here, and thought maybe this is something that USAID and Power Africa as a donor could address. So basically, I spent a couple of weeks discussing with all of our partners, what are the challenges for women in the sector? What can be done? I spent a lot of time talking to Francine, who's one of my co-panelists and who is just an amazing woman and leader here. And she had a lot of good ideas. And others like her, we sat down and put all these ideas together into a proposal that we submitted to the White House's Women's Global Development and Prosperity Initiative, which launched its first funding round early last year. And we were able to win funding, which was amazing. And out of that, the Women in Rwandan Energy Initiative was born, or WIRE, as we call it. And so this really wouldn't have been possible without the really strong support of people like Francine and her companies, as well as the government, including the ministry and the utility, the development bank, the regulator, you name it. Everybody was very keen to participate. So that I think that played a key role in making sure that we could get that funding and get off the ground very quickly. Amanda, if you could change to the next slide, because this is a high-level summary of the first activity that we did. We thought it was really important before we put any firm plans in place to understand what the gender situation was in Rwanda in the sector. And we surveyed a representative portion of companies to find out how many women were actually working there and in what types of positions, what levels of seniority. And this is what we found, and it's very obvious from the graph that 19% of the entire employee base in the sector is female. And you can see that many of those are at lower levels, including interns, individual contractors, and then it really very low levels of representation in technical technician roles as well as senior management, which sort of validated what we already knew, but it was really important to get those statistics. And we also asked all of the organizations that participated if they had any kind of gender policies or strategies to bring more women into their companies through recruitment, through retention policies, you name it, and really not many did. And so, what we found informed the action plan that we put together. And on the next slide, it's a very high-level overview of what we see as a sort of classroom to boardroom approach. We thought a lot about what we as USAID could bring to the table in terms of our partnerships and where we have our biggest strengths. And while a lot of the issues around gender starts from a very young age for most people, they start in families and in communities. We knew that we could be most effective if we worked with companies that exist, or companies that are working in the sector and organizations that are actually recruiting women and helping them grow into leadership positions. So we decided to start by working with recent STEM graduates from universities here in Rwanda, including things like giving them 3-month apprenticeships with our partner companies. So some of the pictures that you see on that slide are of our amazing cohort of first WIRE apprentices. There are 25 of them now across the country working in places like hydropower plants or mini grid companies or even the industry association. As well as working with them to prepare them their soft skills, basically, for accessing jobs and career opportunities in the sector. Then we've also developed a full suite of training for women and organizations that already exist. So we've been working with companies that want to improve their gender policies and strategies. And so you'll hear from Julie later today about the work that we've been doing to teach companies how to do that. She's been leading that program in Rwanda, but also across East Africa. As well as things like leadership training for women who are a bit farther along in their careers, offering them training to really feel empowered. And where women often lack confidence, this training is designed to help them realize their potential and understand how to seize opportunities and really thrive in leadership positions. So it really expands the employee life cycle, and we're really hopeful that it will make a material difference in improving those numbers of women across the sector. And one of the most important parts you'll see at the end under leadership development and networking is the creation of an independent NGO here called Power Her. And if you skip to the next slide, Amanda, this is just a photo of many of the over 100 members that we have in this group. We set this up to be independent from USAID and Power Africa because we really wanted our work to be able to continue after our funding closes. Most donor programs have a sort of 5-year time period, and we just wanted to set up the structures and put them in place so that the work would continue after we are no longer around. So Wire has helped set up Power Her, which has been in the process of getting registered now. It's fully run by local women who are working in the sector, and we really hope that through this we can help offer mentoring opportunities, doing a lot of outreach with universities and even high schools to really inspire women coming into the sector and those that are seeking to kind of advance their careers, as well as many other activities, and we're excited to see how the network grows. So we're doing a lot, and it's not much time to go through it, but I'm really pleased to be able to share a little bit about it with you. And I would say that it's still early days. We've only been implementing this project for a little over a year. But I think so far we've just seen amazing commitment from all of our partners and across the entire energy sector here, and are really it's affirmed my belief that gender isn't just sort of a box ticking exercise. It's not something that you can just sort of tack on at the end of a program as a cross-cutting activity just to sort of tick the gender box to keep donors happy or whoever. It's something that you really want to make the key focus of your work. And there's just so much enthusiasm for it across, as far as I can see, the entire continent and with our partners. And so when you have that broad support, you can really do a lot. So with that, I'll stop there and hand it back to you, Amanda. Thanks.
Great. Thanks so much, Claire. And what an amazing and powerful slide this is. I love it. Okay, let's jump over to our next panelist now, Francine Munyaneza, also coming to us from Rwanda, who was just featured on the previous slide. So Francine is founder and CEO of Munyex Eco, a company that provides various off-grid solar products and mini-grids. Prior to moving back to Rwanda, her home country, Francine spent 20 years working internationally, including 11 years at ICRC managing projects. Francine has a master's degree in business administration and finance from Louvain University in Belgium. Welcome, Francine. We're so pleased to have you here on our panel today. And especially, I personally am especially pleased that we get to hear from you because normally, it's sort of cost prohibitive to travel all the way from Rwanda to participate in this panel, and we get to have you this year. So thank you for joining. And with that, I'd like to hand it over to you to hear your story.
Thank you very much, Amanda. Thank you for inviting. I'm very pleased to be part of this channel, and hopefully we can share what we have been doing here in Rwanda with my company and also with other stakeholders like Claire mentioned before, Power Africa with the Wire Network, as well as the Power Her NGO. About our company, Munyex Eco, as you mentioned, I'm the founder, and it was created in 2013. And the objective, the mission, is to provide access to clean and affordable energy. And we promote also women-led and focused solution in urban as well as in rural areas. Saying that, we are in Rwanda, and as you know, you will see in the next slide that in Rwanda, we have really a lot of, how do you call that, qualities, a lot of possibilities, opportunity. It's a rapid developing country. We are very good when developing the environment of business. We have also our national determined contribution for the climate change. And we are very ambitious about that. And the government is really promoting access to clean energy, access to electricity, and access to hot water through clean energy. You have to know that more than 100,000 people in Rwanda, I think it's around between 40 and 50% of people in Rwanda who don't have access to electricity. We are promoting it in Rwanda, knowing that the objective is to electrify the full country by 2024. 100% electrification of Rwanda by 2024. This is a very ambitious target, not forgetting that the aspect of clean energy is very important. And that's why Munyaxiko, our company, is, you will see in the next slide, that Munyaxiko, it's really giving some solution to this opportunity that we have in Rwanda. We give two types of solution: access to electricity, still clean energy, solar energy, by providing panels and doing mini grid in rural areas, and also solar water heaters. We have been doing that since we started, and more active in the sector, and headed towards mini grid, very important sector, and also productive use. Saying that, we notice very rapidly, myself, I noticed very rapidly that being a woman, it's a challenge, as you know. You all know, all over the world, it's a challenge, and much more in our sector. Claire shows some numbers showing that we are really a minority in the sector. So it's really touched me, because I'm the one concerned. Touched me in the sense that as a woman entrepreneur is a challenge, but also to have a staff who is only men was not also a good solution for us, for me. And I started to think how we can include more women in the company. And first of all, I was very alone on my side, trying to brainstorm to see how we can resolve a solution. And progressively, I came with ideas of giving the opportunity to women in terms of recruitment, trying to really to make a discriminative recruitment, targeting women, even if the woman didn't have enough experience, to see how we can train them. Also, trying also to get interns, not only recruiting, but also get interns women, to look for them, to get also some special agreement with schools, targeting women also with schools, with university, with colleges. And we managed progressively to get really more women in our company. Not only targeting women, but even the men who are in our company also, to sensitize them to the woman condition, to sensitize them to the positive the positive masculinity. So really that to have men who are able to promote women, not only women promoting women, but men in the company promoting women. And we really managed to do that. In the same time, giving confidence to women, doing mentorship, coaching to young women who are coming to our company. And thanks to that, you will see in the next slide, thanks to that, we really managed to have 50% of staff in our company, despite the fact that on the rest of the sector is 18% of women. We managed to have 50% of women, and to train also more than 20 women at our own level. Saying that, I was really feeling alone doing that, and fortunately, I met Claire. And Claire one day came in and said, okay, Francine, we are thinking about promoting women. What ideas you have? What can we do? And I said, but why not to extend what we are doing now, to make it better with more resources, because one challenge as a woman entrepreneur also is access to finance. So I say, okay, let's do something, extend what we are doing, not only for us, but for other companies. That's how we brainstorm with Claire, giving ideas, and also with other stakeholders, also other companies, other competitors even, to see how we can really promote women, to make them more involved in our companies, not only at lower level, but middle management and high management. So we started, as Claire mentioned, since few months, and thanks to that, we have more and more young women coming to us. We have more and more even companies asking us how they can contribute. Even today, I had a request for a company who said, "Oh, Francine, I know that you are part of this Wire group. How can we be part of this movement? We want also to promote women. We want to see how we can get them in our company to get internship. And also internship is a first step, maybe to find a job later, not maybe in the same company, but in other company." So I think it's a start of a success. And we will see success when we will have more women with high level and very good qualification after all this process. Saying that also, it was very important, as Claire mentioned, about the sustainability. So we really need to take attention of this Power Her NGO, where really when Wire will, because you know that Power Africa or USAID is not there to finance us for all our lives. So it's very good that we can create this NGO where we, as women, entrepreneurs, engineers, younger women, and there is a lot of younger women in this organization, and they are really motivated, and they want really to work actively to promote themselves and to promote the others. The idea is really solidarity between women, and solidarity because we know that we are equal, and we know that we can do more, and we can provide or give another way of thinking to what we are doing in our life and in our work. Saying that, I will add a small comment. You have to know so that in Rwanda we are very sensitive to the gender balance, and I realized very rapidly that also not only Wire could help us, but we have also what we call a gender monitoring office in Rwanda, who's really promote the gender across sectors. And since few months now, they really tackle the issue of gender in the private sector, and private sector were more male dominated. So they are helping also private company like we are doing. They are encouraging us and the others to really go forward, to go quicker, to really give access to this kind of work, of important work, and to have women contribution for the renewable energy, for the energy in general, and for all this male-dominated sector in particular. So that's what I had to say. Thank you very much, Amanda, and I gave you back the floor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Francine. That was really inspiring listening to your story. And at multiple points, I just wanted to say amen to that. I think you brought up a lot of really important issues, and congratulations on all of the results you've achieved so far. Great. All right. I'd like to move on now to our next panelist, Philogat Tesfaye, who's joining us from Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Philogat is an energy consultant with a strong engineering and leadership background. With 13 years engagement, she has diverse experience in the construction, manufacturing, energy, and consultancy sectors in Ethiopia. Philogat is a founder and managing director of On Energy Consult, which is a local electrical engineering and energy consulting business. As a licensed engineer, Philogat has a profound technical experience in the electricity sector and renewable energy projects, including hydropower, wind, and solar energy. Philogat is also a founder and the current president of Ethiopian Women in Energy, where she regularly advocates the role of women in the energy industry. Philogat, thank you so much for joining us today. And once again, amen to virtual meetings where we get to hear voices from across the continent. All right, I'll turn it over to you. And would you please share your story with us?
Thank you very much, Amanda. It's great to be here. And I'm really happy to share my story on this platform and event. So I've been a consultant in the energy and electrical engineering service for the past 13 years, as Amanda said, and I'm really passionate about energy access because I'm living in a country where more than half of the population lives with lack of basic electricity access. So I advocate the role of women in the energy sector because as women are the major energy users. So I believe that as women, we have to be there and so that our voice will be heard, not only as a beneficiary, but also as a change agent in the energy access programs in our country. With this, I will move to the next slide, where I will go through about what we do at On Energy Consult. It's a consulting business, and our vision is to become a leading engine for developing smart, sustainable, and clean energy solutions. Our mission is to transform the way we generate and use energy by utilizing clean energy sources. So we have different services in our portfolio. It's there in the next slide. So these are some of the services that we are currently working on. We provide technical consulting service for community-based projects that provide clean, affordable, and sustainable energy access. We also do energy market assessment in the country. We have different clients that we have worked with, and also we do energy project evaluation and other technical advices for our clients. And to the next slide, please, Amanda. Thank you. So we have a new focus area. We are expanding our business and we have identified a larger market that requires our expertise and our intervention, which is a remote monitoring and energy service. We won a UNDP business grant to support our operation to run this business. We are engaging in this business because the rural community of our country are located in a very scattered way. So having the service and operation service of this off-grid solution is a bottleneck, not to go further and not to develop the sector by itself. So we are trying to solve this problem by introducing this technology and expanding the service. And also we are engaging into energy project design service. Yeah, so network is a success factor to get our job done and also to build our team. As it has been said, I'm the founder and the current president of Ethiopian Women in Energy Association. So it's actually a network of women engaged in the sector. We have business women, we have different professionals in this association. So it's actually Ethiopian Women in Energy, or EWIN, is a platform that connects these women who have diverse experience and diverse professions, but we all are working in the energy sector. So for even on Energy Consult, for our company, the network is really a success factor because we get professionals from the network. We got experts from the network. We have a junior and as well as senior professionals that are a member of the association. So it's actually for us a backbone for our human resource needs. So having that kind of platform, and we also learn from each other. And we have senior business people who are part of our network, and there are also junior women who are following behind us. So the platform is really helping for us not only to run the business and to get professional connections, but it also helps us to have a social interaction, because in Ethiopian culture, we women gather for different purposes and we share stories among ourselves, and then we can learn one another. But in EWIN, in Ethiopian Women in Energy Association, we get together and learn about our career, our experience, so that we can grow together and we can change our society, not only to be a beneficiary, as I said. Women should be a beneficiary of clean energy technologies and clean energy products, but it's not only that. We are change agents. Okay, we have a say in the sector. We have a contribution in the policy. We have a contribution in the human resource activities, and also in the technologies. In our association also, there are women who are innovators. There are women who create energy solutions. So we share that kind of experience among each other, and then we are trying to grow together and also to change the current scenario of our country. With this, I conclude. Thank you very much. I'll give back to you, Amanda.
Thank you so much, Philogot. And I really appreciate the words change agents. Women are change agents. And I think you did an excellent job of sharing your story about not only your company, but also the network. And I want to come back to some questions about that in a little bit. Great. And with that, I would like to move to a more regional perspective, take a wider lens, and hear from our next panelist, Julie Nwiga, who works for the USAID-funded East Africa Energy Program. Julie has 10 years of experience in gender mainstreaming. Her current role is as a gender advisor in the East Africa Energy Program. Prior to joining RTI International, Ms. Nwiga worked with Alliance for Green Revolution, a Pan-African organization, as well as a few other multilateral organizations such as United Nations Women, United Nations Development Program, and the World Food Program. So Julie is going to share her experience working on this program with us regionally. Julie, can I hand it over to you, please?
Sure. Thank you, Amanda. First of all, I'd like to say that it is my pleasure to speak at this conference. And I'm happy to share what we are doing to enhance gender mainstreaming and gender integration within the East African energy. So as Amanda has already mentioned, I am working on the East Africa Energy Program, which is a Power Africa USAID-funded program. This program is being implemented by RTI International on behalf of Power Africa. Our program is being implemented across 10 countries, Kenya, Tanzania, Ethiopia, Rwanda, Uganda, Burundi, Democratic Republic of Congo, Djibouti, Eritrea, and Somalia. I'd like to also perhaps update the participants of this conference on why we decided to talk about gender integration in our program. What exactly was our goal? So we wanted to increase the participation of women within the electric power workforce across East Africa. And by doing that, we wanted to focus on 3 areas. The first thing that we wanted to do was to develop career advancement opportunities for women within the energy sector by developing gender equitable HR practices. So basically that means that we are supporting or working with the power entities who are our partners to put in place gender inclusive practices within the life cycle of any employee in an organization, which I'll talk about later in a few moments. The second aspect we wanted to contribute to strengthening was expanding the pool of potential women workers within the energy sector. So ideally, there's a belief that we do not have a good number of women within the energy sector because we have less qualified women. So for us to increase the number of women within the energy sector, then we needed to contribute to the channel through which these qualified women get into the energy sector. And by that, we are supporting interns, we are supporting young professionals who are interested and who are new entries, who are getting new entry into the energy sector. The third was to build national networks for women within the energy sector. Ideally, what we believe is that bringing women together and establishing a platform for them where they can share experiences, where they can share available opportunities, where they can inspire each other would be great to encourage other women. Would be great to have other women hear what women who have succeeded within the energy sector have done. And having these mentors, so to say, is very useful in supporting other upcoming women within the energy sector. Moving on to the next slide, I will update us on what we did or what we have done since our program began about 2 years ago to integrate gender mainstreaming within the energy sector in the East African region. So sometimes in 2019, we decided to undertake a gender gaps analysis. And our main reason for undertaking the gender gaps analysis was basically we observed that for the most part, majority of the gender studies within the energy sector have traditionally focused on women as consumers of electricity and electric products and services. And all these surveys have undervalued or not really looked well on the role that women can play as contributors on the side of the industry, such as technicians, as engineers, as decision makers, as policy makers. And so that's why we decided to undertake a gender gaps analysis so that would have a clear focus on where women are on that side, women being decision makers, women being engineers, technicians. Our gender analyses are focused on a few areas. So the first one, we wanted to assess the number of women who are staff workers, formal workforce within the energy sector. These analyses focused on 4 countries. We focused on Kenya, Ethiopia, Tanzania, and Rwanda. We also wanted to assess the existing gender policies, existing organizational policies, existing recruitment policies. Do they speak to gender? Do they really have a focus on how to support women and on how to support women, men, or are they generic, with the assumption that both men and women workers would benefit or participate equally? So we were looking at the numbers and the policies. After that, then we worked with the power entities with whom we are partnering to develop gender activity plans for each of them. So we did not develop a gender plan for all the entities, just because you're a program. We have developed gender plans for each of these power entities based on where they are, what their priorities are, what their resources are, and what they believe would help them get onto this journey faster, because they all have different priorities and they all are starting at different positions. Ideally, why we did the gender gaps analysis also was because we wanted to advance women's role in leadership, in the decision making, and to also build inclusive companies through the policy making, and revising and training these organizations on inclusive policies and practices. The second activity on the next slide, speaking to the findings of the analysis, we thought that there would be specific activities that we believed would have a great impact on increasing the number of women within the energy sector. So there earlier on, I have mentioned our gender mainstreaming goal within our program is to increase the number of women who are participating within the energy sector. So we came up with the idea, the initiative to support internship programs across the power entities. From the gender analysis that we did, we observed that majority of the interns across these power entities were male. So definitely, if the majority of the interns are male, should job opportunities come up, it's these male or these men who are going to get them. So we figured, why not increase the number of female interns attached at these power entities, and whenever an opportunity arises, they would also have a higher chance to secure employment or work. So we have been working with a sample of power entities across the East Africa. And what we are doing in developing the internship program is to define what areas are they going to be attached to, so that we do not have our interns attached to just administration departments. We want them to be technical. We define the length of the internship, the expected learnings by the end of the internship period, of course, and how much we and the power entities are willing to compensate these interns for. We also, of course, have to identify the host institution. So we are working with power entities who have shown a commitment.
Thank you so much, Julie, for that regional perspective. I found it incredibly interesting to hear about the gender gap analysis that the program undertook, and then not only stopping at the gap analysis, but really going on to the next steps in developing programs, action plans, the exact same word that Claire used, to address the gaps. And I think it's very interesting and telling that a lot of the gaps had to do with hiring practices and retaining staff. So I think I'll be excited to hear how the internship program turns out. Results in a few years. I think we are almost out of time, but we have time for a question for each of the panelists. And since there's no live audience this year, then I get to ask the questions. And I always like to hear more about challenges, you know, the real challenges that you all faced as you develop these programs and try to take these steps forward to change the status quo, which is always the most difficult thing to do. Claire, can we start with you? What was the biggest challenge you faced in working to create the WIRE network? And what advice would you have for others who are interested in following in your footsteps?
Thanks, Amanda. Yeah, I mean, when I think about challenges, I think that actually COVID has presented us with a lot of challenges in the last 6 months. When you're trying to set up an NGO that's a network of people, of women in particular, and you're trying to create relationships and establish mentoring programs and role models and really get people connected with each other in order to share information and share advice and that kind of thing. It's been really hard to do that over the last 7 months, or whenever we went into lockdown. And so we've done what we can. We're doing as much as possible virtually, and we're just really, really hoping that we can soon gather in person and start doing outreach to schools and all of these things. But that was not something we expected. And we've just been trying to improvise just like everybody else. But in terms of advice for anybody that's interested in doing something similar, particularly in the donor space, I think that it's not specific to women in energy, but just in general, I would just say talk to as many people as possible. Talk to all of your counterparts in government and private sector, and from top to bottom, left to right. Just have as many conversations and coffees as you can to learn what are the challenges? What ideas are there out there for solving them? And then think about how what you've heard matches with your own resources and your own abilities and interests to do something about it. And I feel really lucky that those kind of interests and resources aligned with WIRE. And here we are. But, that wouldn't have happened without just trying to talk to as many people as possible and to understand the problems that they're facing. And I think as a donor, that's a very good place to start. Thanks.
Thank you. Always really good advice. And I think, at the very least, hopefully this panel has maybe laid the groundwork for some folks who might want to think about following in your footsteps. Let's move on to Francine. Francine, what has been the biggest challenge you are facing as a woman business owner in Rwanda, and how are you tackling it?
Yeah, the biggest challenge is the usual one. It's access to finance. It's really, it's a very big challenge for all women, and so Rwanda is not different from that. Of course, access to finance is a challenge for everyone who is in business, but for women, it's a little bit more difficult and much more in a place where it is male-dominated. So it's how to face it. It's to talk with people, to convince people, to see a network of people, to see network of women, and to really to talk and apply, and to sensitize these people that as a woman, you are like the others, and that you really need to have the support. Even if you demonstrate that you are like the others, sometimes it's difficult for them to believe in you and to really be ready to work with you. So really use your network. Don't be alone. Don't because sometimes we tend to do everything by ourselves. Try to see where you can find support. In Rwanda, we have organization where we can find support. Now we will have also Power Her, which is a new organization where we can find support. But we have also other kind of organization. BDF, it's a business development finance. There is a network where you can find support. So really look after this network. We need to look after this network, and it can facilitate our life. It's still a challenge, but it can help.
Great, thank you. Once again, talk to everyone, network. I see a common theme here. All right, Julie, let's move on to you. You have a unique perspective working across 10 countries. So I'm interested, what's the greatest common challenge that you've seen across the region? And what advice would you offer to businesses or investors who are interested in helping to address this challenge? Julie, let's move on to you. You have a unique perspective working across 10 countries. So I'm interested, what's the greatest common challenge that you've seen across the region? And what advice would you offer to businesses or investors who are interested in helping to address this challenge?
Thank you, Amanda. I'd actually like to answer that question by saying that I am actually privileged to be part of community of practice of gender advisors of Power Africa across Africa. So it's East, it's Western, it's Southern. And I observe that we are all addressing very similar challenges. And some of these challenges include issues such as women's limited participation in the workforce. So the number of women within any company is always much lower than the men, and the exception is rare. There's limited presence of women in leadership roles such as the board of directors, managers, and there is also women's limited access to finance, as has already been mentioned by the previous speaker. And we also have gender blind policies within the organizations and also nationally, which then contributes to the issue of how to address the existing gender issues. There's also gender-based violence within the places of work. And I would also think of saying that there's limited access to clean energy by women. The businesses that are here today have opportunity to address some of these challenges. And how they could address some of these challenges would include perhaps partnering with governments within Africa to develop national gender policies. I will give an example of Kenya. Kenya Ministry of Energy has recently developed a gender policy with support from different organizations globally. And what this gender policy then does is it acts as a document that guides the whole energy sector, both the off-grid and on-grid, on how to integrate gender, what needs to be done, whose responsibility is whose. The businesses here can also support different organizations to increase the number of female interns, because this then gives these female interns an opportunity to acquire the skills that are necessary to succeed within the energy sector. Offering workforce improvement skills for new graduates, where they can be helped to develop their branding as they get into this sector, and so that they appreciate that getting into the energy sector as well as any other technical sector requires confidence and requires someone who has a plan for their career, for their future. So supporting some of these young graduates to develop profiles such as LinkedIn profiles, 1 year or 3 year or 5 year professional plans would be quite useful in instilling within the minds of these young graduates or young professionals what they're looking forward to, and having that clarity of where they want to go, then of course would contribute to pushing them, to working harder with a focus of where they are hoping to be. I would also like to mention that networks has already been mentioned here, but personally, I have seen members of networks get opportunities that perhaps they may not even have heard of in the first place, are they not members of these networks. We have national networks in the different countries, but we have also networks that are being supported by different organizations. So if the businesses here could get an opportunity, we are happy to share some of these existing networks within the East Africa region, and they can look at what the network's vision or intended activities are for the next few years, and they can see which one would fit within their scope. Thank you, Amanda.
Great, thanks so much, Julie. So it sounds like you're saying no matter what country our participants are working in, there's a likelihood that there's a network working in that country about which they can become informed. Also, thank you for pointing out the new gender policy of the Ministry of Energy in Kenya. I hadn't heard of that. So I think given the number of companies that work in Kenya, I think that's also a really important tip, something that they might be interested to go and look up and learn more. All right, last question for our final panelist, Philogat. Philogat, what has been the greatest challenge that you have faced as a female entrepreneur in Ethiopia in such a male-dominated sector? How have you tackled that?
Thank you, Amanda. For me, actually, the challenge is really personal. It's not the sector, actually, what's the challenge, but it's the journey to get there is a challenge. So before I started my business, I was employed by various companies. So the challenge started from there, actually, as a woman. It's not only as an entrepreneur. So there is a very, very less expectation, even in the professional sector, from the supervisors, from the company. When it's a woman, they have very limited expectation. Even if I have the same professional experience and education with a male colleague, the way they see me is in a different way. So even, going to, because I'm an engineer, so we usually go to sites for construction works and something like that. So they just decide on behalf of me. They think like Philogat cannot do that. So they don't even ask me, about, going and having that work experience. But for me, I want to go there and I want to learn from that specific project, and I want to develop my career. I want to develop my experience from a specific project. So, okay, it could be in a positive way, means she's a woman, so she has kids, she has to take care of the kids, and she doesn't have to travel a lot, something like that. It could be a positive intention, but at least they should consult me. So even, when I came to the business world, this is actually one of the challenge. A client, sometimes they have a very less expectation. When I go there and I say I'm a consultant, and when a male colleague or a consultant go there and say I'm a consultant, I mean, the way they see it, the way they position me is very, very low. So for me, that's actually a positive thing. I mean, it's a challenge, but for me, it made me to work hard and to show myself. So I have to work hard. I have to read a lot so that people will have more confidence and that they can trust me and give me more business contracts and business deals. So such kind of social construct in a country like us, like women should have this kind of work. It's not the energy sector, actually, it's a whole, the engineering sector has its own boundary about women involvement. People think that women cannot do that. So to go to and break that kind of a boundary, we have to work hard and we have to show ourselves, and then so that people will trust. So after we pass that step, really it's a good thing for women, because now she's successful. Now people will see that she has kids, she has family, and she also ran her own business. She's now successful. Now people will trust when we get there. But going those old challenge, passing through old challenge and getting there is a challenge, but it's possible. It can be reached. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Filiga. It's a very personal story, and unfortunately, it sounds all too common. But congratulations for surpassing those low expectations. All of the wonderful career success that you've had so far is just, as you said, based on your hard work. So I'm so pleased that all of you were able to join for our panel today. I think we're just about out of time. So first of all, thank you to our panelists, Claire, Francine, Julie, and Filiga, for taking the time out of your busy schedules to record this session with me. I think it's an incredibly important topic, and you've all brought really powerful new voices to this conference. So thank you very much for that. I wish all of you all of the best in your future career endeavors.
Every faculty has inspired me. They've inspired me to pursue more, and they inspire us in the classroom to really think more, think critically, and also aspire for more.
It's really awesome to be here. It didn't even feel like school, it just felt like a journey. This was an amazing program. It was very reflective. It was eye-opening. I feel like I grew so much.
Just the Regis experience as a whole, I've loved it. I'm going into a very technical field that I can make a really big impact in and honestly change the world.
Hello, I'm Robert Stoner. I spoke with you earlier in the conference about the theme of investing in Africa and why invest now. And there are lots of good reasons, and I talked about them. Many of them have to do with economic growth. But clearly with economic growth comes the possibility of exacerbating economic inequities within African societies. And this is something that concerns us. And in particular, the question of access to energy, access to modern forms of energy, and electricity comes up as an important theme. There is investment throughout the electricity sector in many African countries, of course. Generation is expanding. There are some transmission projects, and there's work within the distribution sector, but progress is too slow, and we're not going to achieve the goals of SDG 7 that include universal access to modern forms of energy by 2030 without a sea change in the rate of investment and the nature of investment. I referred to the Commission to End Global Energy Poverty, an initiative that has been undertaken by the Rockefeller Foundation, along with a group of us from MIT and individuals representing many of the DFIs and other important players in the electricity sector throughout Africa. The Commission is coming up on the release of its final report after a year of research and writing and interacting with many African electricity sector leaders. The report will be released on the 20th of November, and I'll provide the detailed information to Luca so that he can share it on the website. So here today to talk about the Commission, its mission and activities, are two of its leaders. First, Ashvin Dayal, who is the Senior Vice President of Rockefeller's Climate and Power activities, and my colleague from MIT, Professor Ignacio Perez Arriaga, who in addition to being a visiting professor at MIT for many years, is also a professor at IIT Comillas in Madrid, and both professor and director of training at the Florence School of Regulation. Welcome to both of you.
Thank you.
Let me see if I can get the conversation started by posing a couple of questions. I'll start with Ashvin. I guess, Ashvin, the obvious question is, what motivated you at the Rockefeller Foundation to start this commission, and how does it fit in with the rest of what you're doing in the energy sector?
Well, thank you, Rob, and appreciate very much the opportunity to talk about the commission and why we was so excited to support this effort in partnership with MIT and all the commissioners. As a foundation that has a very broad mission, which is to improve the well-being of humanity, there's obviously a number of different directions we could go in as we interpret that mission. And when we looked at the state of the world in the 21st century, when we look at how essential access to energy and access to electricity is to people's ability to have upward economic mobility, to be able to participate in an increasingly integrated agricultural economy, to be able to power small and micro enterprises and increase their incomes, we started to see an increasing sort of overlap. If you think of the Venn diagram of where poverty exists and where energy poverty exists, we saw sort of an increasing overlap between these two. So for us, this became an important question. Why is this the case, and what can we do about it? We all know the numbers: 800 million people who lack access to electricity. I think a recent study that suggests as many as 3 to 3.5 billion people could lack access to reliable electricity. And this is, again, in the context of a more sort of interconnected modern economy, this becomes a real bottleneck to participation in that economy. So as we started to dig into it with you and other colleagues, a lot of attention has been given to the upstream questions of generation of power. But we started to, when you start to break down where the challenges are, it was in the distribution system that we saw the major bottleneck. So you could have adequate generation at a national level and still find tens or even hundreds of millions of people not ultimately being connected because of a whole range of different problems. At the same time, we see all these new technologies coming in with prices plunging for renewables, for PV, for storage. We see new business models on the distributed electrification side beginning to emerge. And the question becomes, how do you reimagine the future of a utility in the 21st century in an emerging market where people are not able to realize their aspirations? And that really was the background for this commission. We felt that there was a lot of momentum of people thinking and acting differently on how we can combine technologies, grid extension, mini grids, distributed renewables. And we felt that we needed to pull together a stronger evidence base in one place, embodied in this notion of an integrated distribution framework, and use the power and voice of the research as well as of the commissioners, who are an outstanding collection of individuals, to try and push that tipping point, to try and build on the momentum that is out there, and to try and create a stronger case for electrification writ large, but to accelerate the pace of it, to reduce the cost of it, and ultimately to have a greater impact. So that's why we were so excited to get involved in this work, more than 18 months ago, and are so delighted to now be at a point where we're releasing the final report based on so much great research work that you and the team have been doing.
Well, thanks, and it's interesting to hear you talk about it. I think of Rockefeller Foundation, of course, as a poverty alleviation focused organization, but we're talking about big system problems here, utilities, things that you don't necessarily, or one doesn't in an obvious way connect with poverty alleviation. It's a technical area, and we're talking about systemic sort of diseases. And Ignacio, you and I have been working on off-grid technologies for several years, and how they are part of that utility story, or could be part of it. And I know that a lot of your thinking has been about how to formally integrate the off-grid access opportunity with the problem of making utilities better. Maybe you could talk a little bit about that and the main findings of the final report.
Yeah, well, thank you, Rob. When facing the problem of how to accelerate the electrification process, we looked at the entire power sector. And we realized that although there are deficits in investment in generation, megawatts per capita in Africa is very low. The same thing with kilometers of lines. But those, we know how to address these problems, and investment in generation and investment in transmission is taking place doing things correctly. But nobody has really addressed properly the problem of distribution. Distribution is the bottleneck that impedes that countries that have excess generation, that happens in a number of countries. I'm now in Uganda, and this is one example, but there are many others. That power cannot be taken to the people who need it, because in the middle is distribution. Distribution is not working. The tariffs are not cost reflective. The distribution companies don't get enough money to do investment, to do proper operation and maintenance. The quality is not good. Then people are not encouraged to pay the bills. They have illegal connections. That is a vicious cycle. And in the end, the service is very poor, and electrification makes a very slow progress. And as you were commenting, there are off-grid solutions, but off-grid solutions happen in silos and only reach to the people that can afford them, and not to everybody. So we will be leaving lots of people behind. So we have to focus on distribution. Also, we have to do that in a way that is commensurate with the size of the problem. The population of Africa is going to be doubled by 2050. And that is 1 billion people more. So we have to electrify the people that don't have electricity, plus the new people that will be coming. And this is huge. So there are many initiatives that work at small level, medium level. What we have tried to do is to look at the problem face to face in the size that it has. And therefore, we are talking about electrifying states, provinces, or full countries. How to do that? And okay, so we think that the solution, and this is part of our findings, has to include simultaneously 4 major ingredients.
So this
the
is
first one,
distribution framework you're talking about.
Right. So this is what Asvin was commenting as the integrated distribution framework. It's the collection of accomplishing these 4 pillars and doing that in depth. So going to the final consequences of implementing them. So the first one is universal access. So for that means that not leaving anybody behind means that some kind of utility-like organization has to take care of a certain territory with a concession, with some means, and doing that using the three modes of electrification. So we need the three. We need grid extension, we need standalone systems, we need mini grids. And we have to do that in such a way that that entity, that utility-like entity, will be a default provider. So if somebody doesn't go to a certain area, they have to go, and should be the last resort provider. If somebody fails, abandons, they have to replace that or to do it instead.
So there can be more than one company operating somehow. Is that the idea?
Yeah. So and that will guarantee the permanence of the solution, because that company will be always there, being default provider and last resort provider. And that has to be compatible with the long-term vision of the power sector. We cannot accept the power sector that has a multiplicity of agents doing each one thing with different technologies, different tariffs, etc., etc. Right? So we need some kind of coordination and somebody that takes that responsibility. The second pillar that I have already mentioned is that we have to use the three modes. We need mini grids, because mini grids are less expensive than grid extension in many different areas, and they are much faster to be implemented than the overall comprehensive solution. And we need, of course, standalone systems, because in many areas with dispersed and very low demand, this is the least cost solution for sure. That doesn't not mean that with time, grid extension will be connecting all these elements in many cases, in others not, and what is now off-grid will become distributed, connected to the grid, as we see in many developed countries, that we have solar in the rooftops, we have batteries, we may have electric vehicles, all these devices. That will happen also in developing countries as things get connected. The third pillar is absolutely crucial as the other ones. It is the solution has to be economically viable. Nobody is going to invest the $1 billion that are needed to electrify Rwanda, or the $6 billion that are needed to electrify fully Uganda, at least with a minimum level of access, if the business is not viable. So we need private investment, and the private investment needs a rate of return that is reasonable. And we have to distinguish, because there is a lot of confusion there, between what is called the revenue requirement, so the remuneration of the operator that has to be cost reflective, and the tariffs. The tariffs is a political decision. The tariffs may cover the full cost of the service, or could be less, in which case there is a subsidy. And then in many cases, population cannot afford the full cost of electrification, and they will pay less, and the subsidy will be absorbed in different ways. And the fourth one is that we do all this for the benefit of the end consumer, economic growth, economic development, and human development. And therefore, there is a dimension in the utility of the future, this utility we are talking about, that is very important. And it is also a business, which is engaging with the customers, providing microfinancing to have appliances, efficient appliances, helping them to develop productive uses of electricity and community uses. And that is business, and this is absolutely necessary to have more demand and to really accomplish the ultimate purpose, which is electrification for economic growth and human development. Let me say that what we have found is that the application of these four principles that we call integrated distribution framework can be applied anywhere. So we have been in different countries. We have been from Colombia to the state of Odisha in India, to Nigeria, to Rwanda, Uganda, and we have also contacts in Francophone countries in Western Africa. In all of them, these ideas could work. But not being fundamentalists, and of course being adapting them to the specific situation.
So, well, we'll come back to what you're doing in Uganda in a moment. But I mean, what's different about this, though? I mean, we've got, if you talk to people down at the World Bank or perhaps even in the offices of the energy ministries in many countries, they'd say we're doing all this. We're subsidizing where we have to. We're using off-grid technologies where we can. We're trying to build capacity in the utilities. What is it that's different about the IDF that you think changes the rate of progress?
Well, I think that something that is missing is, well, I will say that squarely, ambition. So I see lots of projects, lots of guarantees that the DFIs, the development financial institutions, are providing, and the international cooperation agencies, and they are aiming at what is necessary, but the easy part, which is deployment of renewables, renewable generation, and some transmission, and some grid extension in some places, but not looking at the problem, as we were saying, that we have to solve the problem of the utility that has to take care. Utility meaning, in an ample sense, the three modes of electrification, an integrated way, and with the purpose of achieving full electrification in a reasonable amount of time. And all the initiatives are shy of that, but it is absolutely necessary, and the money is there. So, and it is possible to do that in a viable, economically viable way, with patient capital, with concessional loans. And this is what we are trying to do, doing the numbers. So it is not wishful thinking. We are doing business plans. We are looking at what is the cost of electrification, and proving that it is possible to achieve that if the regulation, if the principles are applied correctly.
So it's really a question of focus and doing it all at the same time. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, countries are spending lots of money bailing out the distribution companies for nothing. There are distribution companies that are not able to pay the cost of energy, so the governments have to pay the generators because the distribution companies are not paying them, and the situation continues being deteriorated and without being fixed. We are talking about devoting money to electrification. Subsidies are needed. In no country has done rural electrification without subsidies, but it is money well employed and in less amount than what is being wasted now.
So let me turn to you, Ashvin, because I think this is an opportunity to ask then what is the role of the Commission vis-a-vis all of the other players in this space? We've got development banks out there who are bringing concessional money to the table. We've got the UN raising the issue of sustainable access. Governments doing their thing. I mean, what is it that calls for a commission with all of those actors already busy?
Yeah, I mean, I think Ignacio partially answered that question in a sense that, you're right. There are the World Bank, many other agencies do a lot of elements of what one might call an integrated electrification plan or an integrated distribution plan. But I think Ignacio hit on it with there's probably a lack of ambition across the stakeholders to kind of really integrate this effort. So you see, if I look at it from, say, a mini grid developer's perspective, there's an enormous amount of innovation happening, but the mindset has tended to be, we kind of do it in spite of what else is happening in the system, not in coordination with. And that's probably the biggest breakthrough that's required is if you take an integrated distribution framework, from that has to flow an integrated approach to financing, to technology deployment, and I think what the Commission's work can do is to really make the case for the alignment of that effort and provide support and technical guidance on how to do that. Once you've got the basic analysis about where your different systems can best combine from a cost of connection perspective, you still need a set of other instruments in place in order to create the right incentives. If you want the DRE and mini grid sector to come in, private developers, how do you level the playing field for them in terms of accessing some of those subsidies? What additional concessional finance can come into play? How do you bring the cost of technology down? Because as dazzled as we are by the massive reductions in technology costs over the last decade, when you're a small mini grid developer, the landed cost of those technologies are still 2, 3, 4x, for example, on the storage side. So we need a more integrated effort where we look at things, for example, like pooled procurement. Until the system is trying to bring these pieces together in a coordinated way, and it doesn't have to be perfect, like Ignacio said, but a level of coordination and a sort of a common vision. Until that happens, I worry that we won't see the scale that needs to happen across all three sectors.
Mm-hmm.
Because we are dealing with a sector that has a certain amount of an incumbent sort of mindset around this. And so, if we talk about this as a three-legged stool, we have to make sure all three legs are kind of capable of playing their full role. And by that, I mean the off-grid sector or the mini-grid sector along with grid extension. And we don't quite have the conditions as yet in place to allow that to happen. And I think that is the power of what this commission can offer, is real examples of success, real illustration of commitment to this, real evidence of the path forward and tools and capacities by which this can be done. It's not in place of what the DFIs and others are doing. In fact, this is a call for partnership to say, we actually want to work much more closely with all of these different stakeholders and add to your effort in order to really get the job done.
Mm-hmm. Got it. So I mean, it's interesting as you're talking, I'm thinking about we're talking about utilities here. We're talking about increasing power generation and big power projects and moving power through lines to factories and industrialization and modernization and creating vibrant economies. And I'm struck by your rather challenging role at the Rockefeller Foundation, being the senior VP for power and climate, because there's clearly a potential downside for the climate in all of that kind of activity. I mean, how do you think about that, and how are you bringing those together at Rockefeller?
Well, I mean, I think we have to dispense with that sort of false choice. I think, and one of the decisions we made in the foundation was actually to combine our teams precisely to send that signal that we're not going to fall into the trap of addressing the energy needs of the billion poorest people in the world and the need to have a serious response to the climate crisis as somehow being at odds with each other. We just can't do that, because then we're stuck. And I think the opportunity that we have with the renewable energy technologies at a large utility scale, as well as with distributed renewables, is one part of this solution. And I think we have to find aligned incentives for this to happen and treat this as one conversation. And I'm really quite encouraged about, for example, the way things are being set up for COP26 next year. I think a few COPs ago, the energy access conversation was really on the margins, but that's no longer the case. When you look at who's chairing the Energy Transition Council now, that's extremely encouraging. So I always say, look, the low energy consumers of today are the high energy consumers of tomorrow. And what we're trying to do through the work of this commission and more widely is to put the low energy consumers of today on a low carbon pathway, not because we feel they have a responsibility for addressing today's climate crisis, but because it actually makes sense for them and for their economic future, and offers one part of the solution that we need to address the global climate crisis. So I'm really encouraged by the way these two agendas are being brought together by us and by others. Let's not forget, we're talking about people who are consuming, in many cases, less than 100 units of electricity a year, in some cases less than 50, in some cases less than 25. That has to change. You cannot enter the modern economy with those levels of consumption. And I don't think there's a legitimate argument out there to suggest that we need to see uplifting people at that level of consumption somehow to be at odds with addressing the climate crisis. So, I think, we're very, very clear about the need to bring these two issues together in a much more meaningful way.
Yeah, I think it's courageous and smart. I mean, kudos for that. Ignacio, I mean, perhaps you could talk about what you've done and what I've done with you to some degree, but I mean, with respect to preparing the way for a clean energy future in African economies in ways that aren't receiving enough attention now. I'm thinking particularly of big power projects. I know the Commission hasn't been solely focused on distribution. Talk a little bit about some of the other things you've been doing relative to power pools. Oops, you've gone silent, Ignacio.
Sorry, I was trying to avoid the noise in the background. Yes, I've been working in power pools for a long time because I was involved in the Central America power pools in the 1988 for 25 years in the design of that pool, and then very heavily in the European one. And it is very clear that there are great gains in efficiency that are possible by in improvements in reliability and potential to share the variability of renewable resources by integrating the power systems of the different countries. And that need that was, for instance, very clear in Central America is also very clear in Sub-Saharan Africa, where many countries don't have even the electrical size to accommodate a reasonable size central power plant. So the economies of scale that are necessary and the variability and the reliability can be only achieved by integrating the systems. And that is done, and there are very good practices in the world with power pools, having regional regulation for several countries, only for what has to do with exchanges, and having a common dispatch of generation and planning of some resources, common resources like transmission, and having good rules of how to do the trade. So it is, you always use the most efficient resources, and how to share the cost of the transmission that is a common good for the entire region. And that has been done typically very poorly. So it is only a question of institutions, good institutions, organization, and good rules. But what I have seen all over the place, and I see in Sub-Saharan Africa, is despite the existence of the Southern Africa Power Pool, Western Africa, Central Africa, Eastern Africa Power Pool, the rules and the institutions are not adequate, and they are not following the best practices in the world. And we have been collaborating with one of the members of the commission, the Tony Blair Institute, that has experience in working mostly with the Western Africa Power Pool, but also in the Eastern one. And as you know, you have been working together in the Southern Africa Power Pool in a PhD thesis that we supervised. We have a memorandum of understanding now to support HERERA, the regulator of the regional regulator of the Western Africa Power Pool, to look into these issues, how to improve the rules, how the rules of transmission, the rules of dispatch of generation, and we hope also to intervene in upgrading, reinforcing the institutions, the regional institutions.
So getting these pools to operate is sort of necessary to have the sort of scale and diversity of assets and renewables, including renewables.
Oh yeah, this is very critical for renewables.
Ignacio, I know you're in Kampala right now. You're sort of in a restaurant in Kampala.
Right. This is the background noise.
Well, we don't hear too much of it. It's not bad, but
okay. Good.
Give us a one minute story of what the heck you're doing there. And what,
well, I mean,
travel again?
The weather is much better than in Madrid or Boston. So this is one reason. But another one is that Uganda captured our attention because there is a concession given to a private company named Umeme that is probably the only economically viable distribution company in sub-Saharan Africa. And well, that is important, the presence of private capital and the fact that they are economically viable. They don't need subsidies, so they work, they have a revenue requirement that is cost reflective and tariffs that pay the cost of that revenue requirement. Of course, that has an explanation. It is the footprint of Umeme. It's a footprint that covers the most affluent people in or companies or consumers in Uganda, which is the capital, the main cities, and the areas that were already connected. The concession was given in 2005 and has to be renewed in 2025. So there are now discussions about what happens with the concession, whether it should be renewed or replaced or what. And I think it's a great opportunity to think of the principles of the integrated distribution framework that could be applied to the future concession, so that it, instead of focusing on what is already profitable and what is already connected, to look into the rural areas, because Uganda is one of the countries that has the lowest rates of electrification in sub-Saharan Africa. So there is a much need, maybe 25 million people without electricity at all in the country. So the idea is how you could turn that successful concession into a successful concession that is focused on rural electrification. And this is what the fascinating topic that I'm addressing during these days here in Kampala.
So watch this space.
And I've been asked by the European Union delegation here in Kampala to work on to have this assignment. And of course, I am bringing the knowledge and what we have been doing all the time and the previous contacts that we had in Uganda with the Commission.
Would I be overstating it to say that the result in Uganda could be sort of a blueprint that others follow in some ways?
Certainly. There is only one parallel concession in sub-Saharan Africa, a successful one in Ivory Coast, and that has been recently renewed. I must say that something we have had to do with that, because of a member of our group is working on that. And yes, I certainly, I think that it's a great opportunity, because it has to be decided soon. That could be the first example of a successful concession in sub-Saharan Africa looking at rural electrification. And as you say, that could be a great example for other countries to follow.
Yeah, great. Well, look, we're running our clock down rapidly. And maybe I could just ask Ashvin to just a little bit of a look ahead now. And you're thinking about this strategically. I've mentioned that this is the final report of the Commission, which has a sort of, finality about it. What's going to happen next?
Yeah, thanks, Rob. I mean, I think it's certainly the final report, but it's by no means the end of the journey. The creating of the report and the Global Commission, has given us, if you like, a baseline, I think, of evidence and an idea generation that now has to be taken forward. I mean, in some ways, I think about it, we're moving from a global commission to end energy poverty to a global partnership to end energy poverty. From our perspective as a foundation, as we've been learning through the commission process and through the report process, as we've been learning from other work that we're doing on the ground, we've made a decision to actually go and invest even more significantly in this issue as a defining priority for the next decade. And partly in also in response to recognizing the crisis that is being faced in so many places as a result of the COVID pandemic. Even if the health crisis has been relatively mild in some places, the economic impact of it has been enormous. So we actually see that the task of ending energy poverty, building on the activities and the research of the Commission as really a singular defining challenge for us as a foundation. We recently raised additional capital so that we can move quicker and faster as a philanthropic foundation over the next 2 to 3 years to invest in the ideas and solutions that have come out of this. So whether that's providing more additional project development support and technical assistance in countries to take the IDF tools and translate those into sort of concrete, bankable, scalable projects, whether it's about engaging more in a more proactive way with other investors, development finance institutions, and building partnerships that really can bring these pieces together in a sort of a unified way in country by country or region by region. Also partnering with governments and utilities like Omeme and others that are demonstrating, progressive thinking and need help to take that to the next level. And ultimately trying to pull together, a much expanded level of investment in these new solutions. So the Commission report is final, but the work of the Commission and the work certainly of the Foundation is really now going to be, I would say, significantly accelerated as a result of having this research to build on. So we're really excited. It's the end of one chapter, or 5 chapters to be precise, but the beginning of obviously of a next level of commitment and action on our part.
So not the beginning of the end, but the end of the beginning.
Absolutely.
I'm struck as every time we talk by some parallels I see between this work, which is very expansive and global in scale, and Rockefeller's enormously successful role in encouraging the green revolution. And I'm encouraged by the way you're talking about it in terms both of the ambition, but also the honesty in confronting these seemingly conflicting ideas like climate and economic growth, focusing on the entire sector, partnering and playing a convening role among different expert organizations. And I'm filled with optimism hearing you describe it. So let me wrap up there and thank you both. Good luck in Kampala, Ignacio. Keep your head down in New York for the next few days.
Yeah. Okay.
On the other side.
Thank you so much, Rob.
Thank you, Rob. Goodbye.
Good afternoon. I'm Paul Bergman, the Director of the United States Export Assistance Center here in Denver, Colorado for the U.S. Department of Commerce. and it's my pleasure to be the moderator today for a very exciting panel that we have talking about the resources that you can use in exporting your product services to Africa. The first person we have up is Ashley Nadir. She is the newest person to the Denver USIAC. She is the newest commercial service officer for the U.S. Department of Commerce, and she just joined us October 18th. And she is a person of a lot of experience, and we'll be able to use her, especially on energy in Africa. Ashley? Ashley, could you tell us a little bit about your background?
Yeah, thanks so much, Paul. Happy to be here today. As Paul mentioned, I'm Ashley Nadir. I'm the new Foreign Commercial Service Officer with the U.S. Department of Commerce's International Trade Administration. I have the great opportunity of serving 2 years here with the Denver USIAC team before moving abroad and working out of one of our U.S. embassies around the world. While in Denver, I will be working with the energy sector as one of my focus industries, and really happy to join this panel today as I have a particular passion for energy access and opportunities in sub-Saharan Africa. I've spent over a decade working in and around the continent, starting as a Peace Corps volunteer in Cameroon, and have since lived or worked in Ethiopia, Kenya, Djibouti, Senegal, and South Africa. Most recently, I worked with the U.S. Energy Association, where I worked on the Power Africa partnerships funded through USAID, specifically on capacity building initiatives. And while in this role, I had the opportunity to work with the National Utility of Senegal, Senelec, as well as energy agencies from across East Africa, particularly in East Africa on geothermal projects in the Rift Valley from Djibouti, Ethiopia, down to Kenya. I'm looking forward to now being with the Denver USIAC and working with US companies and serving them and all their export needs, specifically in the energy sector and especially in sub-Saharan Africa. So happy to provide a quick overview of the US Commercial Service as well. Our mission at the Commercial Service is to grow US exports and to promote jobs here at home. Overseas, we're part of a network of US embassies and consulates around the world in markets where US businesses need our assistance the most. In sub-Saharan Africa, I believe we have representatives in 9 different embassies, and then other representatives that work more regionally in sub-Saharan Africa. Globally, we're located in the US, we're located in 100 cities, and globally in 75 countries. Our global network of trade professionals helps US companies get started in exporting and increase sales in new markets. So last year alone, ITA facilitated $90 billion in US exports, as well as inward investment for more than 35,000 clients, a majority of which are small and medium-sized enterprises. So I understand it's a really difficult time, in particular for the business community, both domestically and globally, but the US Commercial Service is here to lend our support. And we're currently operating in the same virtual environment as everyone else. And we're still able to provide our support and services without that in-person interaction that we're used to. In fact, we offer a host of virtual services, including export counseling, customized market intelligence, business matchmaking, e-commerce tools, conducting due diligence on foreign parties, in-country promotion of products or services, commercial diplomacy and advocacy, as well as virtual fairs and trade fairs and webinars. So one other thing to note is our agency has a group called Select USA, through which entities across government facilitate job creating business investment inward here in the United States.
Thank you very much, Ashley, and we'll save the questions till the end. So now Ashley's not only the newest person, we also have another person has joined us office, Patty Brewer from the Small Business Administration Office of the International Trade, and she will be the Export Finance Manager for Colorado, Wyoming, Utah, and Montana. And Patty has just joined us again early October and has moved here from Washington, D.C., and she'll tell you a little bit about her background in the international trade finance area. So welcome, Patty. But Patty has an experience background in export-import bank financing, and now she transfers over to the small business. And now, as we say, where the rubber meets the road, she's going to be working directly in Colorado, working with all our small, medium-sized businesses to find markets for them overseas by her financing programs. Welcome, Patty.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul. Thank you for including me within this panel discussion, Resources to Facilitate Expanding Abroad. And yes, I am the newest Export Finance Manager covering Montana, Utah, Wyoming, and Colorado, and I'm excited for the opportunity. But I'm only one of more than 20 export finance managers around the country ready to help you with your export finance questions. So the SBA, we have So we have small businesses. We define small business as any business with tangible net worth of less than $15 million or a prior average net income of less than $5 million. And then there are two types of exports. The first is direct and the second is indirect. So if you manufacture your product and ship it directly to your customer, you are a direct exporter. But if you are selling to another American firm, you are considered an eligible exporter for the purpose of SBA support. So if you sell your product to an American company that incorporates your product into their larger machine or equipment and export that product to a foreign buyer, you are an indirect exporter and eligible for SBA support. So let's say you manufacture engine parts and those go into a Boeing airplane. Boeing sells that airplane abroad. You are an indirect exporter. Let's say you have an apple orchard, and that apple orchard, and you sell those apples to a food processor who makes applesauce and sends that applesauce overseas to buyers. You are an indirect exporter and eligible for SBA support. So small businesses very often need working capital and term financing, and working capital to help you pay for those new employees and the raw materials to produce your goods, to fulfill those foreign export orders, or to carry your post-shipment carrying costs while those goods are in transit to the final buyer. The term financing can help you pay for plant expansion or debt restructuring. There are various SBA export guarantee guidelines. The most important for us is going to be that financing is limited to certain countries based on the Ex-Im Bank country limitation schedule. So if you're planning on shipping to Kenya, you should be good. The country limitation shows Kenya is open fully in the market. If you're shipping to Sierra Leone, the country limitation schedule reflects short-term support only. So SBA can only support transactions with a 12-month term. And if you're shipping to Libya, you cannot receive SBA support because the country is currently closed on the country limitation schedule. The SBA has 3 export loan programs, and I'll talk about each in turn. The first is Export Express, which is a financing limit of $500,000. That program can help you participate in trade shows, translate your websites, help you buy inventory, or you can issue standby letters of credit to serve as bid bonds or performance bonds. You can also purchase equipment. The next finance program is called the Export Working Capital Program, or EWCP. The EWCP has a maximum loan limit of $5 million. Now you can use the EWCP in cooperation with the Export Express. So if you got a $500,000 Export Express loan, you would be limited to getting only a $4,500,000 EWCP transaction. So that's because that'll hit your loan limit of $5 million. You can use EWCP to purchase inventory, cover insurance or freight costs, or also cover those letters of credit. The final loan program is the International Trade Loan Program. It also has a maximum loan limit of $5 million, and you can use this loan program to buy fixed assets or acquire a bigger facility. Now, the SBA is very much aware that small businesses are being targeted by scams. So if you find out about any of these scams or you're approached by any, please feel free to call the SBA Inspector General at 800-767-0385. So that's me, Patty Brewer, the Export Finance Manager. If you do have any questions at all, I'm happy to answer them at 202-798-7521.
Thank you very much, Patty. And again, welcome. And we're looking forward to have you helping all our Colorado and Wyoming companies, and also Utah and Montana, and all our participants here today. Even though they may not be in this one of your states, they can contact you and you can put them into the right person, I'm sure. So Thank you very much, Patty. All right, our next person, now we move to the private sector, Jason Nagagi. He's been with USAID. He has his own private company, and today founder of Mainspring Innovation, collaboration champion with Mazzoni Commons, Chief Innovation Fellow, and a member of the National U.S.-India Chamber of Commerce. He's also worked with the Department of Commerce in other capacities, and it's almost too long a list to read all the things that Jason has done, but he'll tell you. And welcome again, Jason, to our panel.
It's such a pleasure. Thank you so much. Well, I am the sole private enterprise on this session. Indeed, I have a collaboration mindset across public, private, nonprofit sector. So I'm really pleased with the panel that you pulled together and with your services. The Energy Africa Conference itself, we're looking at the resources for international business. And it's been my pleasure since 2014 to be a resident here in Denver after serving abroad, actually, in the U.S. government. You mentioned USAID was actually U.S. Trade and Development Agency, before that Export-Import Bank. But I did have 6 years of service in sub-Saharan Africa, living in South Africa. From 2002 to 2014 is my U.S. government service. So since 2014 here in Denver, and I'm very excited about Colorado. I'm very excited about the cooperation with this conference. When we think about resources for international development, I would like to venture to you and all who are listening that this is the 10th annual conference. And so for the topic at hand, energy access, can think of no better place to really mine than the past and present and future opportunities that exist through this conference that have been organized by Dr. Luca Puanga. And of course, as a private enterprise, one of the things that I'm excited about moving outside of government is having complete and total freedom, let's say, to pursue opportunities without hearing internally, no. I'll learn my own lessons and have the opportunity to kind of coalesce and leverage and deliver international resources for programming. What I am particularly excited about in this connection with the Energy Africa Conference is really the grassroots elements and the foundational commitment to really working things in a collaborative framework, kind of a design framework with partners. And so looking at Colorado, I'm excited about this new World Trade Center campus that Karen will be speaking to. I'm excited about the partners that Dr. Luca Puanga has presented and that I've been a pleasure to have participated with over the years through this conference. We do know about the importance of trust in delivering long-term, collaborative, outcome-oriented engagements. And these engagements are beyond profit. They take into consideration the policy elements in governments. And that's why I'm excited about working across the public and private sector here to look at natural resource stewardship, a very important issue here in Colorado. I'd like to toot the horn of Colorado to say that we are a very progressive state, and that is why I indeed moved here. when I moved here in 2014, it really was a so-called purple state, which means really bipartisan in its constitution. It's really, we say progressed in terms of progressiveness, of looking at how to leverage the private sector, put those partnerships in place and manage them effectively so that no one really gets an upper hand, but that all sectors work in lockstep together to really create that trust and that foundation to grow. I'm a firm believer in the purpose of education and being able to really cross-pollinate across cultures and bring new ideas. And we now are a growing international city in Denver, a growing international state in Colorado with its population growing. We know that the university network here is very strong. We've got fantastic research universities, starting with the University of Colorado. Colorado State University is an extension-oriented university with its experience in agriculture and energy management and so forth. We've had the partners present through this Energy Africa conference. So again, I would encourage everyone who's participating today to go back through energyafricaconference.com. I believe all of the previous agendas are up, and you can see through Dr. Pawanga as the lead champion here to facilitate these relationships, ongoing friendships and ongoing partnerships moving forward up until today, 2020. So through this trusted community-to-community framework and foundation, I'm really confident in being able to look at governance aspects, public-private innovation hubs, and creating these frameworks together with partners. We've got a very exciting federal government presence here in Colorado, a very recent development is the movement from Washington, D.C. of the Bureau of Land Management to Grand Junction, Colorado, which is on the western border of Colorado. We call it the western slope of the Continental Divide. Being here in the headwaters state for water management, we see tremendous opportunity going forward to look at, again, natural resource management and putting in place the technologies that kind of cross sectors, agriculture, transportation, water, and energy. So last year, the Energy Africa Conference organized around smart cities. Colorado is a very data-oriented, policy-oriented state, and I believe even through engagement with my company and partners with the federal government, state government, local governments, that there's a lot to do and achieve in commerce, but in governance and in inclusive growth. So with my background, there's a lot of hidden secrets in the U.S. government. A lot of progress has been made since I left in 2014. And so it's really great to be able to engage in this framework as a private company to still leverage the resources that we've heard so far and many others with USAID and its Power Africa initiative leading to the Development Finance Corporation and very impact-oriented goals that have been set forth there. One thing I'd like to close on too is the potential for startup innovation and to leverage other resources. And again, here in Colorado, that I would like to mention is one is Techstars, which is actually founded by our Governor Polis when he was young and vibrant and launching in the private sector, which really kind of facilitates these incubation and innovation hubs and puts those opportunities out in a collaborative way and promotes them and shepherds them through mentoring. And so many of these can be done through the Techstars program, but there's also incubation centers that are done through the universities. And we've, again, through Dr. Pawanga, had many of them present. One that comes to mind is Factor E Ventures, which has leveraged a number of the U.S. government resources. So we've got a coalescence a lot here in Colorado. We know about the opportunities through the export assistance centers and their presence around the United States to create additional connections. So it's really about leveraging what we have developed through Dr. Pawanga's leadership and work through these channels to help bring a lot of these things to life. And I'm really honored and pleased to be able to participate in this program through these years. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jason. And it's always good to have somebody from the private sector because you lend some credibility because you've actually taken our services and gone over there and worked with them. And also, you know it from the other side. I would only make one comment. I thought it was a very good description of all the different services and agencies that are here. The one that you left out is one of the newest, is the U.S. Space Command down in Colorado Springs. And that is a major growth market, we'll say, for Africa. So right now in Colorado, we have the U.S. Space Command and many other military security facilities. So a lot of opportunities out there. So thank you very much, Jason.
Thank you.
All right. Now we will go to Karen Gerwitz. She is the president of the World Trade Center. And she has some exciting things going over there and always has some different programs for some of our immigrants to the city, entrepreneurs, and other people that are involved in exporting and also importing. So maybe you can cover that one too, Karen. Karen?
Thank you, Paul. It's so nice to be here at the Energy Africa Conference once again. Dr. Luca Pawanga, thank you for all of your efforts in coordinating this fine event. So the World Trade Center Denver is a private nonprofit NGO trade association similar to a chamber of commerce. And we work closely with the U.S. Export Assistance Center. We work closely with the Colorado Office of Economic Development and International Trade. We work closely with the Small Business Administration. So we are all partners and collaborate on a daily basis. And so we actually serve Colorado companies. But we also have companies from the Rocky Mountain region and other states as well that we help in their global trade efforts, whether it's importing, exporting, foreign direct investment, or mergers and acquisitions or other types of. Denver is a wonderful soft landing location because we're in the center of the North American continent. It's great for distribution. It's great for access. We can actually help you identify your sales channels here and other strategic partners that you would need to succeed in the United States. We work very closely with the Office of Economic Development on attracting foreign direct investment to the state. And when companies actually do invest in the United States, then they usually become part of our community or our ecosystem at the World Trade Center. We currently have about 320 World Trade Center members here locally that we serve on a daily basis. And we're also part of a global World Trade Center network of 320 World Trade Centers in 100 countries. The continent of Africa, we're growing tremendously with World Trade Centers, and we'd like to see more of those start up throughout Africa. So if you are interested in starting a new World Trade Center in your city, there's no better mark to say that your city is a global one. So feel free to reach out to me, and I'm happy to coach you along and how to do that. So essentially, we have a number of programs that we help companies with. Mostly it's through education. We found that once companies understand the nuances of trade, which there are many, that they will actually take advantage of that opportunity. You know, more than 95% of the population is outside of the United States. And so it's important to look at the global market for opportunity, for growth in your business. And so we look to take advantage of that wherever we can. So through our educational programs, companies can take our classes online, or they could take them in person. You can find out more information about our programs at wtcdenver.org. We offer a number of different courses in trade. We also offer consulting services. So we've helped companies basically become compliant with U.S. trade laws and international trade laws. We've helped companies reroute their supply chains, especially because of COVID. And now tariff mitigations. We've supported companies with new market entry strategies and helping them find distributors as well as other types of partners. A number of other issues that have come up, we have a help desk that anyone can call to get support from our office. And that number is 1-833-ASK-WTCD. And so we can support companies through helping them find trade statistics or other market entry research, regulatory research. We support with documentation and other types of questions. No day's the same at the World Trade Center. So the World Trade Center network worldwide is the largest trade association in the world, and we do rely heavily on our sister World Trade Centers throughout the world because we will be running virtual trade missions between our network, and we hope that you will take advantage of one of those. I personally have had the opportunity to live and work in Ghana, West Africa, and I managed a sawmill there. It was the best 2 years of my life, and so this conference is always near and dear to my heart. I'm grateful to be asked every year to participate, and just know that I personally have a soft spot for African businesses moving to Colorado or anywhere in the US. We currently serve 50 immigrants, teaching them how to run their first ever trading business, which is about the most rewarding thing I've worked on. So really grateful to be part of this today, and just know that all of us are here to support your international business endeavors. Matter of fact, that's our mission, is to see you succeed internationally. So reach out to any one of us. We'd love to support you, whether it's inbound into the US or outbound from the US. And eventually, maybe in 2021, we should have a new World Trade Center campus that you could actually be physically located in as well. So, Paul, thanks for having me.
Thank you very much, Karen. And I'd like to add also, besides the state, we have very active cities from the county of Denver, Aurora, Broomfield, Grand Junction. They are also involved in international trade. And so it's really a team effort here in Colorado to help companies sell their product services overseas. And also we know that when they come this way, to open up our markets too. And just real quick, a little background for me. In the last 4 years, it's hard to remember with the COVID, I had 3 trips to Africa. I did a temporary assignment in Lagos and also in Ghana, and then another trip down to South Africa. So it's amazing the amount of expertise with Ashley coming, and also Patty, Jason. There are a lot of people that have hands-on experience in Africa. So I'd like to ask the first question, and we'll go to Patty. And Patty, you're one of the newest people. You have a long experience with XM and now with SBA. Have you had any expectations of what it's going to be like here? And you now have all of a month of experience. Anything that you can relate to a company on how you can help them, or what surprises have you found that they don't know about SBA? You're on mute, I believe.
What I found surprising when I started here at the SBA was the generous terms. So you can mix and match some of the loan programs. You can kind of customize them to fit what you need. So if you just need working capital, or if you need a combination of working capital and term, and to me that's just amazing bit of flexibility from a government agency.
Right, and I think you will see, in following the shoes of your predecessors from Dennis Chrisbaum to Bryson Patterson, you really will enjoy the job, because you get to meet with these people on a daily basis and see them get out to their facility and really work with them. And I remember one of the ones that your predecessors had, cattle hides. That's a major business out here for some of us. So thank you very much. We'll look forward to it. And I think you'll be a big asset to our community. And yes, we'll share you with Utah and Montana and Wyoming. So thank you. All right, I'd like to go to Jason. Jason, your credibility. Can you give us a project or something that you might think that U.S. companies might be looking at Africa and opportunities? And in the reverse too, what opportunities do you see for African companies coming into, we'll say, the Rocky Mountain area?
Yeah, so my default has been to play off of my government experience and use the resources within the government. And obviously where I was most familiar was with the U.S. Trade and Development Agency, where I spent most of my time. And under this banner, the larger banner really is called Prosper Africa, which Department of Commerce is taking a lead role in with all of the U.S. government agencies to coordinate. And that's obviously the hardest part, is finding the right tool at the right time, and getting the different agencies to work together. I love getting different agencies to work together. I mean, I'm happy that USTDA had maintained its independence through this BUILD Act, through the reorganization with the new Development Finance Corporation, because I do believe that it will achieve a lot being able to maintain that independence. Now, looking at different markets, what we saw, and when I came to South Africa, or came to Colorado, was opportunities just crop up by recontacting people in my network, and where we just got lucky sometimes. I visited Chicago on my way back to South Bend, Indiana, where I grew up. I visited Weldy Lamont. They gave me a warm welcome, old school welcome with the board, welcome Jason Nagy. They'd already worked with Exim Bank before in Ghana, so had that under their belt with the direct loan program. When I was with USTD, I tried to support them in Mozambique. That didn't work out. But revisiting, we opened up opportunities just at the right time with their relationships as they looked to expand their work in West Africa to Senegal. And so we just got really lucky with an ongoing transaction, and that was the ability to use the TIDE grant program with the Department of Commerce serving in the Advocacy Center to put a program together for rural electrification. And just recently, the Atlantic Council did their Africa program. They featured this project in the Prosper Africa initiative at their Atlantic Council project, because there's just so many spring-offs from it. It was I think a $92 million program that's it's financed through Exim Bank, but was seeded with this TIDE training program. And USTDA's funding reverse trade missions on smart grid, and they would bring the Senegalese over. And so it's just it's a relationship building exercise. And it just goes to show you at that fundamental level, at the rural level, what's possible with land management, with women's economic development, all the topics that are covered in this conference. Just one opportunity like that can really be leveraged by the different organizations who participate. And back here, there's just multiple opportunities, and I wouldn't even want to limit. I think about what we can do in Colorado, and we're very progressive here. And so looking at the Select USA opportunities, we know where things are going. Again, with much more of a progressive look in government on inclusion. FinTech is really something that I think has a lot of opportunities on both sides. One success story, let me just close with this, is Husk Power, which relocated its operations from India to Colorado, and is really using the U.S. government resources in Africa. So it had success with waste product. I think it was the rice husk. They're using that in energy operations to look at and seed local development using that energy efficiency and new energy access capability. And that's now housed in Colorado because of their relocation here. So that was a huge investment opportunity. And then there's all kinds of things that grow up in that corridor up there in Colorado State University where they located that they can leverage with FinTech and all kinds of resources there.
Yeah, that's a growing area, FinTech. And also one of the leading states is Wyoming, and they've changed some of their state regulations to attract companies up there. So you mentioned a couple of things, and I'd like to go to Ashley. Prosper Africa and Energy Africa. And could you explain a little bit more, Ashley, what those two programs of the U.S. government are?
Yeah, so personally, I've spent more time working around Power Africa, and as you'd mentioned previously, an interagency effort to increase energy access and increase the amount of megawatts on the grid as well. And Prosper Africa, from what I understand, is going to be very similar in the lines of an interagency effort of really increasing trade impact in sub-Saharan Africa. And this time led through the Department of Commerce, whereas Power Africa is led through USAID. So as Prosper Africa begins to take hold, we're really excited about the upcoming trade opportunities that this interagency program can really unlock here.
Very good, Ashley. All right. And then to Karen, there was a gentleman that you had from Africa. He was recently, last several years, and you helped him start a business. And I cannot remember his name or business. That's been a long day already. Do you know who I'm talking about?
Sure. His name is Ousmane. He's from Senegal.
Right. There we go. All right. Thank you for helping me out.
Yeah, we're working with about 30. We're working with about 30 Africans right now, starting their first businesses, which is really, really rewarding. Ousmane was selling household items from here to his native Senegal and opened up about 4 or 5 stores, called them Made in the USA, and hired a number of people to run those stores, selling items from the U.S. to his native country. We have so many other examples. We have a Cameroonian importing cocoa and now is selling to 50 retail establishments here in Colorado, selling chocolate. And then we have others dealing with artifacts and handbags from Mali, selling into Colorado, and the proceeds go back to benefit economic development in her native Mali. So I could think of a lot of examples, but the African entrepreneurs that we're working with are incredibly driven and motivated, and all we need to do is help steer them a little bit in the right direction, teach them a few things along the way, and they are trading really effectively. So.
Yeah, very good. Thank you. Thank you for helping me on that name. We've had several in the USIAC on cosmetics, very good market for U.S. products going into Africa, and go to the other extreme, very sophisticated. There was a young man and, well, 2 of them going back, I believe, into Cameroon and other countries and selling defense products, and very successful in doing that. So there's a lot of opportunities that we see for our Colorado companies. And as Jason mentioned, smart cities, but we're talking about energy, and we probably have what I call U.S. government crown jewels for energy here at National Renewable Energy Labs up in Golden, NRAIL. And they work with the countries to help them develop renewable energies. And they're known worldwide, and they're probably in a number, if not all, the African countries that have contacts with them. So there's a lot of opportunities for that. And again, we still have a couple of minutes. I'll go back to Patty and put Patty on the spot. Any projects or financing that you can think of that you've helped a U.S. company go into Africa with, either from XM or your new job with SBA?
Many of the African transactions I worked on were very simple, exporter driven. So it was foreign buyers located in Africa. And so essentially what was happening was the exporter was broadening their market base by shipping to Africa, by shipping to customers in Africa. And so they could create a reliable and consistent market in various parts of South Africa, and then going on through Northern Africa. And so it was just a solid way for these small businesses to broaden their market and diversify their customer base, and still maintain both a U.S. presence and a global presence.
Very good, Patty. Sorry to put you on the spot, but I knew you would come up with something, your experience there. And I think our listeners can see that in Colorado here, we all work together from the federal, the state, to the World Trade Center, down to the city, and also with other government agencies. And people remarked how well we get along together. Our job here is to help and promote selling Colorado, Wyoming, Utah, Montana products. And so we all work together on that. And would like to thank Dr. Luca Ponga again for this program, Energy Africa Conference 2020. It always amazes me the number of people and the high level presenters that we have coming in, that he brings into Denver, Colorado. So Dr. Luca, thank you very much again for this program. Thank you for letting me be a moderator again, and the distinguished panel of Patty and Ashley and Karen and Jason. Thank you for participating today. So I will turn it over to Luca for any closing remarks for our panel.
Have you ever woken up and wondered where you would find fuel for cooking your breakfast, lunch, or dinner? Well, that is the reality for more than 600 million people in sub-Saharan Africa who have no access to electricity. Every day, most of these people walk many miles looking for firewood as fuel. Even those with access to electricity face regular blackouts due to an infrastructure that is archaic, inadequate, and often highly susceptible to variations in climatic conditions, and must resort to the expensive diesel fuel as backup systems. The Energy Africa Conference is working to help improve the situation. My name is Luca Pawanga, professor at Regis University and founder and executive director of the Energy Africa Conference, and we invite you to join us in this effort. The purpose of the Energy Africa Conference is twofold. One is to provide a platform that brings together high-level decision makers from academia, national governments, business, and civil society from across the globe to meet with their counterparts from Africa to network, form partnerships, share best practices and technologies, and invest in the work needed to deploy power systems that are economically viable, affordable, accessible, sustainable, clean, and resilient. The undeveloped renewable energy sources promise a cost-effective, environmentally friendly, and sustainable approach for Africa to meet its energy needs. Second is to source impactful projects that we can collaboratively actualize to make a positive difference on the ground and recast the lives of many African citizens while expanding your business, thus doing well while doing good, which is a win-win situation. The conference is held every year in Colorado because Colorado is one of the leading states in the nation in developing and disseminating forward-looking, innovative, clean energy policies and practices. We hope to share this experience with you and use it as a springboard for solutions and connecting you and firms around the world to the business opportunities in the African power sector. Whether you are an investor, project developer, consulting company, engineering, construction, and management company, a business professional, or somebody interested in networking and knowing more about the African sector, join us and learn from high-level decision makers, firms, and individuals who are already operating in Africa, and learn how you can plug into the many high-return business opportunities in this sector. We hope this conference will inspire you to think bigger and more broadly about energy-related opportunities, to expand your horizons, to grow your businesses, and be part of the solution in making the world a better place. Conference information can be found at our website, energyafricaconference.com. Thank you.